week. We had to cancel the Wednesday stream this week because, well, I had a cybersecurity event to go to. We had a really big party. We had all of the local cybersecurity groups, and we all had some drinks and some food and a lot of fun times. So that is to say, happy holidays, everybody. The holiday season has begun. Santa, thank you very much for the Dino Dance. Thank you. All right, so let's take a look at what we're going to be covering today. So it is Variety Friday. It is December 5th, and we've got a lot of TryHackMe Advent of Cyber to go through today. So there's a event over at TryHackMe that's going on from December 1st until December 25th, and we're going to be doing all those challenges. So we're going to be doing days 2, 3, 4, and 5 today, and that's going to be in the first hour and the third hour respectively. And then we're going to be doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool in the second hour. And today's HackerFrogs AfterSchool is we're going to be talking about how to catch and establishing, catching, and opening up shells. So basically, shell access is remote access to another computer, and this is what we all want as hackers and security testers. So let's go ahead and we're going to be doing that in the second hour. In the fourth hour of today's stream, we're going to be doing an OSINT challenge. OSINT is basically finding bits of information from publicly known information, open source intelligence, they call it, OSINT. And we're going to be doing a room over at TryHackMe for this. This is called The Case of 7 Minutes on the Seine, and this covers the museum heist. The museum heist over at the Louvre Museum over in Paris. It happened a couple of months ago now, but yeah, they made a room for it over at TryHackMe. We're going to be giving that a try. Okay, so without further ado, let's go ahead and start into our first topic. And I'll put about 60 minutes on the clock. And hopefully we can do 2 of these Advent of Cyber days in the span of 60 minutes. We'll see. All right, so if anybody else wants to give this a try, you can make an account for free over at tryhackme.com. And you can participate in all of these things that we're doing today for absolutely free. All right, so after you log into TryHackMe, you want to access the actual TryHackMe Advent of Cyber room over at this link over here. All right, and let's go ahead. I've written up little walkthroughs for each one of these rooms. So if you want an exact walkthrough for how to cover any of these rooms, I've got them all over here at the GitHub. And you know what? We might as well put on a little bit of music while we're doing this, because why not? Let's do some of the Faster Than Light. Okay, hopefully everybody can hear that and it's not too loud. Yeah, all right. Okay, so this is day 2. If you want an exact guide for how to solve this thing, I've written one up over here. Okay, let me get in here and I'll do my little introduction for YouTube. Hey everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for Phishing Merry Clickmas. This is day 2 of the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber event for 2025. And the first thing we need to do when we get into this room is, after we've joined the room, we need to go down to task number 1. So task number 1, we'll click into here, and let's go ahead and learn a little bit more about the story that's going on. I think we can make the text a little bit bigger. Yeah, okay. So what's going on here? In light of several recent cybersecurity threats against the best festival company, TBFC, the local red team has scheduled several penetration tests. The red teamers proceeded to carry out a regular penetration test against their TBFC. Part of this exercise is to ensure that the employees are diligent when clicking links and that the company is well protected against the latest phishing attacks. This type of authorized phishing is a proven way to learn whether the cybersecurity awareness training has fruited. In this task, you will be part of their TBFC local red team with the elves Recon McRed, E-Word McRed, and Pivot McRed. You will help them plan and execute their phishing campaign. It is time to see if more cybersecurity awareness training is required. So what are we going to be learning today? We're going to be learning what social engineering is. We're going to be learning about the types of phishing. We're going to be learning how to explore how red teams create fake login pages, and we're going to be using the social engineer toolkit to send a phishing email. All right, so let's go ahead and talk about what we need to do to solve this day's exercise. Before moving forward, review the questions in the connection card shown below. Do we need to start the attack box today? Yes. Do we need to start a VM today? Yes. Everything else we don't need to do. All right, so start your machine, target VM by clicking on the Start Machine button below. So we're going to be using both the victim machine over here that we're going to be communicating with, as well as the attack box. So go ahead and click on the green Start Machine button, as well as the Start Attack Box button over here. And we're going to have to wait for a couple of minutes while these machines initialize. But while the machines are initializing, we can talk a little bit more about what we're going to be covering today. So let's scroll down and answer the question below. I have successfully started the attack box and the target machine. We're going to click on this, and that solves task number 1. So the next task is task number 2. Let's click on it. And we're talking about social engineering. So social engineering refers to the manipulation of a user to make a mistake. Examples of such include sharing a password, opening a malicious file, and approving a payment. The term social means that the target of such an attack are human beings and not computer systems. Consequently, the attacker relies on psychological tricks to get the target user to cooperate. Some psychological factors that can play a key role in the success of such an attack are urgency, curiosity, and authority. This is why some would refer to social engineering as human hacking. Okay, and we've got our red team over here. And let's talk a little bit about phishing. So phishing is a subset of social engineering in which the communication medium is mostly messages. At one point, the most common phishing attacks happened via email. However, the spread of smartphones along with ubiquitous internet access has spread phishing to short text messages, smishing, voice calls, vishing, QR codes, quishing, and social media direct messages. The attacker's purpose is to make the target user click, open, or reply to a message so that the attacker can steal information, money, or access. Unfortunately, phishing attacks are becoming harder to spot. Even careful people might fall target to such attacks if they don't exercise proper care. TBFC Cybersecurity Awareness Training teaches users about 2 anti-phishing mnemonics written as STOP. The first stop is from All Things Secured, which tells users to ask the following questions before acting on an email. Suspicious? Tell me to click something? Offering me an amazing deal? Pushing me to do something now? The second stop reminds users to follow the following instructions. Okay, so slow down. Scammers run on your adrenaline. Type the address yourself. Don't use the message's link. Open nothing unexpected. Verify first. And prove the sender. Check the real from address and number, not just the display name. After hours of periodic cybersecurity training, the red team checks to see if the TBFC staff can dodge fishy emails. Okay, so first we're going to be building the trap. This must sound very convincing. You must sound very convincing as a penetration tester for a successful phishing attack. It's not only how you write the phishing emails or messages, but also how you set up the trap for your target. The trap can be anything, depending on your objectives and research you conduct on the target. Sometimes attackers aim to compromise the target's machine, and they achieve this by attaching a malicious file to their phishing email. Some attackers sometimes craft a web page that mimics a legitimate login page to steal the target's credentials. In this task, we'll aim to acquire the target user's login credentials. Our trap would be a fake TBFC portal login page, which we attach to the phishing email and send to the target. But a login page by itself is not enough. We need to host it and implement some logic to capture the credentials entered by the target. To facilitate your task, we've already set up a script that, when run, will host a fake login page. The phony login page we created will capture all the credentials entered into the page. Okay, the script is already placed into the attack box at this file address over here. So home, rooms, AOC 2025 day 2. Alternatively, if you want to use your own, okay, so let's go ahead and start. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to start up the phishing server, and we're going to be doing this over the attack box. So we're just going to make our attack box a little bit bigger, and we're going to click into the terminal here. We're going to hit enter to dismiss the terminal, and then we're going to open up a terminal in the attack box. So the attack box is it's a cybersecurity distribution of Linux, which has a bunch of security tools already installed on it. So we can go ahead and click on any of these terminal links to start up a terminal. And we're going to go to the directory that we are directed to over here. So the script is over in this directory. So rooms, etc., etc. So we're just going to do the cd command to enter that directory. Room/AOC 2025/day 02. So the important thing that we need to note here is that we need to make sure that all of the cases are correct. So uppercase letters where the uppercase is, and then we can access that directory. So after that, we'll take a look at what's in this directory, and we've got a server.py file. So what they want us to do is they want us to start up the malicious server that's going to capture all of the information from the target when they click on the phishing link. Okay, so let's go back over here. So they want us to run these commands here. So move into the room with this, move into the directory with the cd command here, and then run the Python server. So we can just type in /server.py or .py. So that's going to start up a server on our machine at port 8000. So right now, there is a web server at our local host on port 8000. If we open up our... Hold on. Let me see if I can get the... Yeah, okay. So we've got our Firefox browser over here. I'm going to open that up. And we're going to go to our localhost 8000, to the localhost 8000 web endpoint. So we just need to wait a couple seconds for the Firefox browser to start up. Okay, and so we're going to go to HTTP localhost. So you can just type in the word localhost and then :8000. So this brings us to the web page that we just deployed, and this looks like a login page. So this is what we're going to be using to entice the workers and provide their credentials. So anything that we type into here, it's going to be recorded by the Python script. So okay, so email or username. I'm just going to say HackerFrogs, like and subscribe. Okay, and over here for the password, we're just going to type in the word test, and we're going to click on sign in. So after we do that, if we go back to our terminal over here, we're going to see that we captured a request. So captured username HackerFrogs like and subscribe, password test. So what we want to do is we want to trick somebody into going to the web page and giving this legitimate credentials by logging into the fake web page here. Okay, so let's proceed. Okay, so let's see. So delivery via social engineer toolkit. So as our phishing page is ready, we can prepare and send the phishing email to our target users. Tufacho, hello, nice to see you here. Thank you very much for coming by. So sending it from our personal email is the worst idea. Ideally, the email should appear to be coming from a legitimate-looking sender. For example, we can pretend to be somebody that the target user trusts or expects to get such an email from them. Okay, the more a phishing email appears realistic, the more likely it is for the target user to believe it and get phished. The question is how we can send a realistic-looking email that contains our fake login page. So our solution is to use the Social Engineer Toolkit, or SET. It is an open source tool primarily designed by David Kennedy for social engineering attacks. It offers a wide range of features. In particular, it lets you compose and send a phishing email. In this current scenario, we will use this tool to create and send a phishing email to the target user. So let's start creating the phishing email through the SET tool. Before you use this tool, please remember that it will involve multiple steps, each asking different questions about the phishing email you intend to send. So please be patient and follow along the process. So to start the tool, type SE Toolkit into the terminal and we'll present you with a menu containing multiple options. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So here, we're going to start up another tab inside the terminal here. And Morningstar option 89 says, Shyhat, I can't seem to rewind your stream here. Do you not allow it? So for Twitch, on Twitch, you need to be subscribed to the user in order to use the rewind feature. But on YouTube, you don't need to be subscribed. You can just use the rewind feature anytime you want. Or at least that's how I recommend. I've never really done the rewind feature myself. Yeah, it's not free for everybody. It's not free for everybody. I really wish it was. But yeah, let's continue. So we're just going to type in SE Toolkit. No worries, Morningstar. If you have any other questions, please let me know. SE Toolkit. Okay, so we've got a bunch of stuff we can do here. So at the bottom you will see where you can input your desired option number. For our case, we would select option 1 for social engineering attacks. So option 1, social engineering attacks, just type in the number 1, hit enter. And then okay, choosing 1 will display another menu with the type of social engineering attack you want to use in our case. We will pick the mass mailer attack by typing 5. So this next option is mass mailer, so this is how we send phishing emails. Mulgar says, unfortunately, software is full of dark patterns. By dark patterns, do we mean paywalling features away from people, or something else, Mulgars? Thank you. Okay, so we'll do number 5, mass mailer attack. Dark pattern. I don't think I've really heard of this before. But let's see, what is a dark pattern? It's a user interface that's been crafted to trick users into doing things, such as buying overpriced insurance. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, if you want to read about it, go ahead and check out the Wikipedia link. Alright, so what do we do next? So we did the mass mailer attack, and we have to select between 2 options. One option allows us to send the phishing email to a single address, while the other option enables us to send an email to many people. Here we would select option 1, email attack single email address. So number 1. Okay, and then we get to send a email to a specific address. Okay, so now we will have several questions to answer and various fields to fill out. The first set of questions concerns the email addresses and how the email will be routed and delivered. After each input provided, we can press enter to get to the next question. Okay, so we'll send the email to factory@wareville.thm. So we're just going to type that in, factory@wareville.thm. Okay, make sure the spelling is correct. Hit enter. Okay, how to deliver the email. We will choose use your own server or open relay. So that is option number 2. So type in 2. From address. So we know that the guys at the toy factory communicate regularly with Flying Deer, the shipping company. So we will use updates@flyingdeer.thm. So we'll type that in. Updates@flyingdeer.thm. Hit enter. Okay, and let's see. Username for Open Relay. We will leave it blank and just hit the enter key, okay? So hit the enter key. And password. Oh, I accidentally selected, I skipped the name. So from name I skipped this, so I'm just going to get out of here and go back to the previous menu. So let's see, social engineering attack, mass mailer attack, email attack single email address. Send the email to, okay, I need to type this stuff all in again. factory@wareville.thm. Okay, so use your own server or open relay. And from address, updates at flyingdeer.thm. Okay, from name, let's use the name Flying Deer. Okay, so we'll type in Flying Deer. And username for the open relay, we'll leave it blank and just hit the enter key. Okay, and then password for the open relay, we will leave it blank and hit the enter key. And next is SMTP email server address. We will be delivering directly to the TBFC mail server by entering this. So this is going to be an IP address. It's different for every example, but in my case, 10.66.158.4. And the port number. So we will leave the default value of 25 and just hit the enter key. So just hit the enter key. Okay, the next set of questions will ask if you want to send it as high priority or attach a file. So flag this message as high priority. The choice is entirely up to you depending on the knowledge or of the circumstances, but we will answer with no. So the answer is no, NO, enter. Do you want to attach a file? We will answer no. Abel443, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. We're just doing day 2 of Advent of Cyber. If you're looking for the link, this is it over here. Okay, so it asks, do you want to attach a file? We will answer with N for no. Okay, finally we will pick an email subject and enter the message contents into plain text or HTML. So email subject, we need to think of something convincing. For example, shipping schedule changes. So we'll just type in shipping schedule changes. Okay, and the next question is send this message as HTML or plain. We'll keep the default choice of plain text and hit the enter key. Hit the enter key. Okay, enter the body of the message. Type END capitals when finished. Create and type any convincing message. Make sure to include the URL here to check if the target will fall for this trick. Okay, so we need to actually write an email here. It doesn't need to be very, very long or very, very complicated. So we'll just type in something like, hello, we need to change the schedule for shipping. Please please log in to this webpage. And then we can confirm the changes. Okay, and then I'll just copy this address here. And we need to put it into the clipboard. So this is one of the kind of annoying things about using the attack box. We need to use the on-screen clipboard here. Okay, so we'll just paste it in. And next line of body. So let's see, the next line, thanks and Merry Christmas. And then, I don't know, we'll put on something like, best regards, Flying Deer. And then we will end the email, just type in END. Okay, so SET has finished sending the emails. So it sends the emails immediately after you finish. And then we can go back to our server tab over here. And we'll see if we manage to get somebody to answer the question. Okay, It looks like we might have to wait a little bit before it goes through. SCT has finished sending the emails. Press return to continue. Okay, return. Okay, so let's see if our example worked. So open the terminal where server.py script is running to see if the user gets trapped and enters their credentials. So you may have to wait for 1 or 2 minutes and observe the terminal for any credentials entered by the user. So let's go over here, and nothing yet. Okay, so we'll wait a minute or so. If nothing comes, we're going to have to rewrite our phishing email. But in the meantime, let's read on. Okay, what is the password used to access the TBFC portal? Well, we don't know yet. Okay, and what else does it say here? To the TBFC Red Team's surprise, they received at least one set of working credentials. The risk result is alarming. It means that an adversary could succeed in a similar attack if it has not already been done. Considering the received credentials, if an adversary gains such access, they can easily wreck the whole gift delivery system. It is vital to check if such an attack has taken place and act accordingly. Okay, so I don't know if our phishing attack actually worked, so we might want to try that again. Okay, let's go back. We'll go back to the program here, and we'll do the mass mailer attack. I'm just going to run through this really quickly. I might have made some sort of mistake. Abel says, attack box is really bad. I prefer to use my own VM. Yeah, that's true. You probably get better results using your own VM, but the reason why I'm using the attack box is because I want people to be able to use the free tools. And yeah, so TryHackMe provides an hour of access to the attack box, so that's why I'm using the attack box. Okay, so mass mailer, single email address. So the email address is supposed to be to factory@wareville.thm. Factory@wareville.thm. So when we do stuff like this, we need to make sure that all the spelling is correct. Okay, use your own server or open relay. Sure, leave it blank. Password for open relay, leave it blank. SMTP email address. Okay, so this is 10.66.158.4. Port number is 25. Mulgar says, what happened? I think I might have entered some information wrong when I sent the email. Never mind, I didn't send it. Oh, sorry, everybody. I thought I entered the information wrong, but it turns out the server was just slow. Okay, so we managed to get a pair of credentials. So it's username admin and password is unranked wisdom anthem. Unranked wisdom anthem. Okay, let's start answering those questions then. So we've got a couple of questions to answer here. What is the password used to access the TBFC portal? Unranked wisdom anthem. Okay, Bayside is occult says, I'm kind of new this. I'm new to this kind of thing. Are these hacking generally safe, or do we participate on our own risk? No, I mean these are all safe. These are all commercial cybersecurity education sites. So, I mean, just know what kind of platform you're using. These are very, very well known and very well trusted sites that we're using for our education. So it's generally fine. And we only cover like legal stuff over here, so we're not doing anything illegal. GradXT, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so the next question is browse to here from within the attack box and try to access the mailbox of the factory user to see if it is previously harvested admin. If the previously harvested admin password has been reused on the email portal. Okay, so we're going to go back to our Firefox browser here, and we're going to go over to the IP address that they specify. Unfortunately, your instance has been automatically terminated. What? What? Why? Hold on. 10.66.86.126. Hold on. I need to restart my machine for some reason. Okay, all the way back up here. Okay, so target machine, start machine. Cyber Dante says, "Hi, hey Shyhan, how's it going? I was just applying for a pen testing job here in my state. I had to test a website and write a big old assessment report. It was kind of fun, honestly. Yeah, I mean, good luck. Good luck with the job application. I'm sure if it's a web app testing job, you should be able to get it. You've been doing a lot of bug bounty stuff, which is certainly related." GredXT says, "CTF the job application based." Yeah, I certainly hope that's the case. All right, so we got to wait for a little bit for this thing to come back online. Unfortunately, the server terminated on us for some reason. But that's okay. We got the password for the website before it happened. Blanky Lankett says, "How addictive could this be?" Well, I mean, if you're really interested in learning all these hacking techniques, it can be very, very addictive. I'm sure everybody here has the same kind of opinion on that. Okay, and so the IP address is now this one. So we're just going to type it in. HTTP 66.189 10.66.189.143. Okay, and now we can log in. So they said they wanted us to log in as the admin user. So the name we're going to use for the username is admin, and the password is going to be the same password that we got from the phishing email. So it is unranked wisdom anthem. And then we will click on login. Okay, and are we in? Login failed. Okay, I need to look up that password one more time. Okay, so the password is unranked wisdom anthem. I'm just going to copy this. So admin. Oh, I think we're looking for the factory user. Yeah. I think I used the wrong username. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to go back to the web page, and I'm going to type in factory instead of admin, and we'll use the same password. We'll click on login. Yes, I'm alive. Hello, nice to see you here. I've done this this exercise before, but yeah. Where the task actually tells you to use the factory username. Okay, so we've got an email in here. So urgent production and shipping. So we can just look at this email, and the title of the email says production and shipping request. 1984000 units in the next 2 weeks. So this is what we were supposed to answer in the next question. Okay, hold on. Make this a little bit smaller. Go down to the questions. Okay, so what is the total number of toys expected for delivery? So we managed to log into the website using the harvested phishing credentials. We just needed to change up the username. And the number of units we're going to be shipping is 1984000. 1984000, and then click on check. Okay, so the only thing we have left to do in the room is to click on this last checkbox here. Okay, and Retfed says in 25 minutes, Bugforge's new lab will be up. Can you try it out? Bugforge. I don't think I've used Bugforge before. Is that a new platform? And if you know about Bugforge, let me know. Oh, sorry. Before we move on, I need to do my outro for this room. So let me do the outro. Hey everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for day number 2 from the TryHackMe 2025 Advent of Cyber event. It was called Merry Clickmas. And if you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe button on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, we're not going anywhere. We just need to record that stuff for the YouTube. We're talking about Bugforge. So bugforge.io, sharpen your skills with Bugforge. Daily challenge platform for bug bounty hunters, researchers, and pen testers. Okay? Bugforge.io. Let's see, what is... Oh, it's a daily CTF platform. Interesting. So everybody, if you want to try this out, is it free? Is it, are the labs realistic? Well, why only 1 lab per day? When is the full release? Oh, okay. So they're doing 1 lab a day until next year, I guess. Cybersecurity Wordle sounds fire. I mean, if it's Cybersecurity Wordle, that'd be really cool. I don't have an account over here, but I need to do the next day for Advent of Cyber. But Retfed, if I've got some time in between the other stuff that I'm doing today, I might check out Bugforge. But thank you very much for letting me know about it. Okay, we need to set up the next day for Advent of Cyber. I need to cover 4 days today. So first of all, let me continue, and go to Wareville, and then let me set up the next lab. Where is the thing? Sometimes it's a bit of a pain using using this website, but let's see how it goes. Okay, we're doing day number 3. So let me just get in here. This one is kind of a tricky day. We don't need the attack box for this day, but let me reset my progress and then we can get started. Abel says, Merry Clickmas to you, Abel. Thank you. Okay, so let me do my introduction and then we'll get started. Hey everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for day number 3 from the Advent of Cyber event for 2025 from the TryHackMe platform. Today's challenge is called Splunk Basics. Did you seem? So the first thing we want to do when we do this challenge is we want to join the room, and after we've joined the room, we can go down to task number 1. Okay, we've got a story going on. Let's learn a little bit more about this. Okay, it's almost Christmas in Wareville, and the team of the best festival company, TBFC, is busy preparing for the bigger celebration. Everything is running smoothly until the SOC dashboard flashes red. A ransom message suddenly appears. Attack. 1,000 HopSec coins for McSkitty, or SOCMIS ends tonight. Okay? So the message comes from King Malhair, the jealous ruler of HopSec Island, who's tired of Easter being forgotten. He sent his bandit bunnies to attack TBFC systems and turn Christmas into his new holiday, Eastmas. With McSkitty missing and the network under attack, the TBFC SOC team will utilize Splunk to determine how the ransomware infiltrated the system and prevent King Malhair's plan from being compromised. Before Christmas. Okay, so what are we doing today? Learning objectives. So ingest and interpret custom log data in Splunk. Create and apply custom field extractions. Use search processing language, SPL, to filter and refine search results. conduct an investigation within Splunk to uncover key insights. So what do we need to do today? So we're just going to record, we're going to refer to this card here. Do we need to start a VM today? Yes. Is there a direct link available? Yes. Okay, so start the VM by clicking on Start Machine button below. So let's go ahead and do that. So we just need to click on the green button here. And that'll start up the instance which has Splunk on it and that we're going to be accessing. Okay, so start your VM. Once the machine is up and running, you can connect to the Splunk SIM by visiting this IP address right here in the browser. I think anybody should be able to access this. Give this a try. Abel says, why is THM too obsessed with MOS? Don't mess with MOS. Don't mess with MOS. Does MOS mean something else? I don't even know what MOS means. Okay, if you get a 502 error when accessing the link, please give the Splunk instance more time to fully boot up. So let me try accessing it from over here. Okay, so this isn't, it's not up yet. So we should probably wait for another couple seconds. And then we'll try it again. Okay, should be online now. Still says bad gateway, huh? I meant sock miss, click miss, east miss, stuff like that. I mean, it's just a fun little thing they do, I suppose. Okay, it's up. It's up now. So Splunk is a very, very powerful tool that that defenders use to ingest their logs, and Splunk also allows you to search for very specific patterns inside of logs. And that's what we're going to be doing today. So let's go ahead and we'll be jumping back and forth between the Splunk view and the web page while we're working through the Legato, Augusto, hello, nice to see you here. All right, so next thing we need to do is we need to click on this. We are done, and then we're going to be doing task number 2, log analysis with Splunk. Okay, so in the Splunk instance, the data has been pre-ingested for us to investigate the incident. On the Splunk interface, click on the search and reporting on the left panel as shown below. So we're going to do that over here. Click on search and reporting. And then we can start looking through the logs. But we need to do a couple more things first. Okay, so on the next page, type index equals main in the search bar to show all of the ingested logs. And let's see, Redfed, are you from Brazil? Do you speak Portuguese? Hello, welcome to the stream. Okay, so note that we need to select all time as the time frame from the dropdown on the right side of the search bar. So let's go ahead and do that. So index equals main. So here, index equals main. And we need to do the time frame. So we don't see any results here. We need to go all the way over here beside the magnifying glass and click on all time over here in the corner. And then we're going to see a lot of different events here. So it says here underneath the search window, there are 18,700 some odd events. And that's a lot of stuff to look through. Redhead says, from Argentina. I think Augusto is from Brazil. Oh, okay. Augusto, can you let us know if you are or you aren't? Thank you. Okay, so what are we doing? So after running the query, we'll be presented with two separate data sets that have been pre-ingested into Splunk. We will verify this by clicking on the source type fields in the fields list on the left side of the page. Okay, so there are two types of sources that we're looking at. There's web traffic, which is events related to web connections, and there's firewall logs. So this is data containing firewall logs showing the traffic allowed or blocked. The local IP assigned to the web server is this one over here. So 10.10.1.15. Okay, so let's go ahead and confirm that over here. So in the Splunk menu here, we can go down to the fields and we can take a look at the different source types. So source type here, we've got web traffic, which is 17,000 events, and we got firewall logs, which is 1,500 some odd events. Okay, and they give us a lot of statistics about percentages and stuff as well. It's very, very useful. Let's go back. Okay, so we're going to do some initial triage. Start a basic search across the index using your own custom type web traffic using the following query. So search query is going to be source web traffic. So we can click on this. We can click on web traffic, and it'll show us the web traffic and all of the different events here. And we can dig down deeper from here. So we're currently looking at all of the web traffic events. Xmetric says, in before weekend, TGIF Xmetric, nice to see you here. Let's give a fun hack the planet, because that's what we do.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and
Okay, so what are we doing next? So let's break down our search for about the results for better understanding. Search queries. There's time ranges, there's time lines, there's selected fields, there's interesting fields. So these are all associated with this with the interface over here, and we're going to be interacting with different parts of the UI as we go along in the. Xmetric says hack Gibson. You know, I wish I could include that as a redeem. Thank you for letting me know about that. Okay, so it might take a little bit of time to go through all this stuff. We'll cover this stuff as we go. So let's see. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to visualize the log timeline. So let's chart the total event count over time grouped by day to determine the number of events captured per day. So we're just going to give this query right here. So index equals main, source type equals traffic, and then we're going to do the time chart span by 1 day count. So we can grab these. So when you're working inside of Splunk, it might be good to keep track of these different search queries over here so that you can use them again and again. Abel asks, does that QR code lead to the... Oh, where does that QR code lead? That just leads to the YouTube page. So I'm hoping that I get some more YouTube traffic that way. Thank you. Okay, so let's go ahead and go here. We will paste in the new search, hit enter, and that's going to give us our information. So it tells us over here which days received how many events. But the other way we can do it is we can do this through the visualizer. So up here we've got events, we've got patterns, we got statistics. We also have visualization. So if we click on visualization, we'll see a chart, well, a graph, a bar graph of the different events we get for each day. So we can see that I think the next question is going to be asking us about the greatest number of events. So it is this one over here, October 12th, 2025. We got 2267 for the number of events. Okay, let's go back. So it tells you about using the visualization view over here. And we can append reverse onto the function at the end to display the results in descending order, showing the day with the maximum number of events near the beginning. So we can just grab this, and we can go back to Splunk and paste it in. And this isn't for visualization, this is for statistics. So statistics here, it does a descending order from number of events. So we got 2, 2, 6, 7, and then it goes down from there. Okay. So if you find that, actually, I think I might be able to make this text a little bit bigger. Yeah, okay. Let me know if it's visible. because I need to make this nice and readable when I'm recording the video. Okay, let's go back. Okay, so next we'll do some anomaly detection. So now that we've examined the days with the abnormal logs using the table and the graph, let's use the same search query to examine various fields to hunt for suspicious values. We need to go back to the Events tab to continue. So we'll go to the Events tab over here. So just click on it. And what are we looking for? Okay, it will show us the details about the user agents captured so far. Click on the user agent field in the left-hand panel. Okay, so here in Events, we can scroll down until we see the word user agent. So it says user agents 11. This is basically talking about the web traffic, and the user agent is the type of device that is being used to communicate with the server. So if we click on it, we see that we've got a bunch of different browsers. And different devices that are being used to communicate with the server. So we got popular web browsers like Firefox, and we've also have, oh, this is Safari, and we got Chrome, and we've got, not sure which one this is. So, okay, this is Safari as well. So this is Safari. Are they all Safari? Interesting. Okay, so that's the user agents. Upon closer examination, it becomes clear that apart from legitimate user agents like Mozilla's variants, we're receiving a large number of suspicious ones which we will need to investigate further. So we've got client IP. The second field we will examine is the client IP, which contains the IP addresses of the clients accessing the web server. We can immediately see one particular IP standing out, which we'll investigate further. So we can go back to Splunk here, and we're going to click on client IP over here. So we're just going to click on it, and then we see that there is a large amount of traffic that came in from this IP address right here. So 198.1.100.55, and it makes up 45% of all of the traffic. So this is really unusual. So stuff like this typically points towards some sort of brute force attack or some sort of scans that are being run on the web server from this particular IP address. Okay, so path. The third field we will examine is path, which contains the URI being requested and accessed by the client IPs. The results shown below clearly indicate some attacks worth investigating. Okay, so we're looking at path. Let's do that. Down, down, down. Click on path. Okay, and we see some suspicious looking stuff. So we've got some what look like could be attack payloads over here. So ID1 and sleep, and we've got another one looking for ... etc. password. So these are examples of SQL injection and local file inclusion attacks respectively. And yeah, so it definitely points at the possibility that this web server was attacked. Okay, filtering out benign values. So we know King Malhair's bunnies use scripts and tools, not standard browsers. Let's filter out all the standard traffic. Let's exclude common legitimate user agents. The following query will remove legitimate user agents from the queries and only show the suspicious ones, which we will investigate further. Okay, so I have to I have to get the door at my place. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a little break. We'll be back in about a minute or so. I need to see who's at the door. Sorry about the interruption, everybody. Looks like somebody was delivering some packages. Anyways, what are we talking about? Let's exclude some common legitimate user agents. The following query will remove legitimate user agents from the results and only show the suspicious ones, which we'll investigate further. So we're basically looking at the same web traffic stuff, only we're going to exclude user agents from Mozilla, user agents from Chrome, user agents from Safari, and user agents from Firefox. So this was very good for drilling down into just specific events. So we'll go up here and we will get rid of what is already here, and then we will filter out. So now that all these common user agents have been filtered out, if we go down to user agents, we only see the ones from these tools over here. GreatXT says, lucky you got your packages. Mine was on the truck for like 2 hours and went back. Hours later was held for severe weather. I'm sorry to hear about that, GreatXT. But yeah, so these are all user agents that are associated with different tools and scripts. So we have common ones like wget and curl. We also have some from Python here as well. And this one right here, so this stuff like right here, SQL map and Havij, these are associated with hacking tools. This is SQL map and Havij. I've never really used this tool before, but if you see that these kind of tools are attacking your system, this is a sure sign that you're actually being attacked. Okay. So the output reveals interesting results. By clicking on the client IP field, we can see a single IP address being responsible for all the suspicious user agents. Okay, so if we click on client IP, so all of the attacks came from this IP right here, 100% of them, and there were 7,800 different events. Okay. Narrowing down suspicious IPs. In real-world scenarios, we often encounter various IP addresses constantly attempting to attack our servers. To narrow down on the IP addresses that do not send requests from common desktops or mobile browsers, we can use this query. So stat counts by client IP sort count head 5. Okay, let's go ahead and try this one out. Copy that, go back in here, and we will do a new search. Okay, so now we're only looking at the events from this particular IP address. So this is the one that's doing all the attacking. So the result confirms that the top IP used by the bandit bunnies in the search query, the minus in the sort minus count part will sort the result by count in reverse order. It's the same as using the reverse function. Let's pick this IP and filter out to see what footprints of the activities captured. Tracing the attack chain. So we will now focus on the selected IP address to trace their steps chronologically, confirming the use of multiple tools and payloads. Don't forget to replace redacted with the IP that we're dealing with. Okay, so we definitely need to go in here and we need to record this IP address because we're going to be using it in a bunch of other commands. So let's go ahead and copy it down. Okay, so reconnaissance. We'll start by searching for the initial probing of exposed configuration files used in the query below. So we're just going to plug in this right here. We're going to substitute in the IP address. Sick in the Mind says, what's up? What's up, Sick in the Mind? Nice to see you here. We're currently doing day number 3 from TryHackMe's Advent of Cyber event, and yeah, it's over here if you want to take a look. Okay, so This result confirms the attacker used low-level tools such as curl and wget and was met with 404, 403, and 401 status codes. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's look at the events. Okay, so we see a lot of code 40 server status 403, so server status 500, server status 403, server status 403. This means that there was a lot of traffic that wasn't going through, and this happens a lot when you do automated attacking. Sick in the Mind says, I'm just going to wait until Advent is over. Yeah, I mean, that's probably the best way to do it. That way you don't have to... You can do it all at once. Okay, so enumeration, vulnerability testing. Search for common path traversals and open redirect vulnerabilities. Okay, so we're going to go in here, and we're going to use this search query. Every time we got to plug in our IP address. Okay, GretXT says, lore, Havish was developed by IT Sec team. Ahmad Fatih is wanted for his alleged involvement in a conspiracy to conduct a coordinated campaign of disrupted denial-of-service DDoS attacks against the U.S. financial sector and other U.S. companies from 2011 until 2013. Fatih is the director and owner of the IT Sec team. Wow. Wow, that's... That's some stuff right there. Lady Juliet, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome in. We're just doing some holiday hacking stuff. Okay, so what are we supposed to be taking note of here? So the output shows the resources the attacker is trying to access. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Splunk. Okay, so it looks like what they're doing is we're looking for path or path redirect. Okay, so the output shows the resources the attacker is trying to access. Let's update the search query to get the count of the resources requested by the attacker. This search query is filtering on the paths that contain either ... or the term redirect in it, as shown below. This is done to look for footprints of path traversal attempts. We need to update in the search query to escape characters. Ah, okay, so this is why the output looks kind of funny, because we need to escape certain characters in the search query. Okay, we'll go back in and plug that in. So it is... Okay, so it looks like they tried to redirect to an evil.site. Interesting. And they also tried to do a local file inclusion attack. So local file inclusion is trying to read local web server files, and you usually see these kind of ... patterns inside of the payloads for those attacks. I'm Too Nobody. Hello, nice to see you here as well. Welcome to the team, and welcome to the chat. Let's give you a fun little video reading. How about some Nyan Cat? Okay, so we see that so the attackers here tried to do a local file inclusion attack. They probably succeeded, otherwise there wouldn't be so many events with where they tried to access the same thing. Okay, so quite interesting results. Reveals attempts to read system files, showing the attacker moved beyond simple scanning to active vulnerability testing. Okay, and we can also see a SQL injection attack. Find the automated attack tool and its payload by using the query below. So here we're looking for the user agents for SQL map and Havish, and let's go ahead and take a look at those inside of Splunk as well. Got to plug in the IP address every time. Okay, so here we see a bunch of different SQL injection payloads. You can usually tell what an SQL injection payload is by there will be a bunch of SQL commands included in the payload. So stuff like and sleep and select, stuff like that. So what's happening here is they're trying to do some sort of, what is it called? Time-based. So time-based SQL, time-based blind SQL injection attacks. Okay. So the above results confirm that the use of a known SQL injection in specific attack strings like sleep, a 504 status code, often confirms a successful time-based SQL injection attack. Okay. And next we'll take a look at exfiltration attempts. So search for attempts to download large sensitive files, such as backups or logs. We can use the query below. Okay, so we've got... Oh, okay. So we're looking for stuff like backup.zip, logs.tar.gz, and we're looking for instances where where somebody's trying to download these things. Okay, so let's go back to Splunk, and we need to plug in our IP. Okay, so there were attempts to download these files with different tools such as zgrab or wget or curl. So these are the logs, logs.tar.gz, and they didn't manage to get any backup files. So we didn't see anything like backup.zip, but they did get the logs. The results indicate that the attacker was exfiltrating large chunks of compressed log files using tools like curl, zgrab, and more. We can confirm the details about these connections in the firewall logs. Okay, so ransomware staging in RCE. Requests for sensitive archives like logs.tar.gz and config indicate that the attacker is gathering data for double extortion. In the logs, we've identified some requests related to bunny lock and shell.php. Let's use the following query to see what those search queries are about. So we got a specific search query looking for specific things in the path. So we got bunnylock.bin. So this is some sort of program which is probably going to lock up your files, and we got shell.php command. So this is a web shell, and let's see if we can find any of that. Go back up. Plug in our IP address. Okay, and we find stuff like this. So we find shell.php being used as a web shell and giving different web server commands. So we got who am I? We've got oh, they're running the bunnylock.bin from the web shell. That's interesting. So an interesting thing is that when you have a web shell established on a web application, you can basically run any commands you like, and you don't necessarily need to get a proper reverse shell connection as long as you have a web shell. So this is what we're supposed to see over here. Okay. So the above results can clearly confirm a successful web shell. The attacker has gained full control over the web server and is also able to run commands. This type of attack is called remote code execution, or RCE. The execution of shell.php indicates a ransomware-like program executed on the server. Next thing we're going to do is correlate outbound C2 communication. So we pivot the search to the firewall logs using the compromised server IP, and they tell us what the server IP is here as the source and the attacker IP as the destination. Okay, so we're just going to go and we're going to look at the firewall logs now with this search query. I'm going to go up. Okay, and we need to provide the IP. Okay, and what do we see here? It says here reason C2 contact. So C2 contact, I'm not completely sure where they get this stuff from, but it's certainly really interesting. We also see that we're only looking at the actions that were allowed by the firewall, and are to our compromised server and from the attacker server here. Thank you very much for following Zuva Soup. Thank you very much. Welcome to the team. Okay, this query provides the server immediate. This query proves the server immediately established an outbound connection to the attacker's C2 IP on the suspicious destination port, and the action allowed and reason C2 contact fields confirmed the malware communication channel was active. So volume of data exfiltrated. We can also use the sum function to calculate the sum of bytes transferred using the bytes transferred field as shown below. Okay, so we're just going to grab the command here, and the command is going to get all of the stuff from the firewall logs that were allowed from the vulnerable server to the attacker server, and we're going to see how many bytes were transferred in total. So just going to copy that. Probably over 9,000. GredXT says C2 contact must be a Splunk rule that it hit on. Probably yeah. I'm not super familiar with Splunk rules. I've used Splunk a few times in demonstrations, but it's not a technology I use on a regular basis. Okay, and we see here from so this is our source IP, so our vulnerable server, and it transferred over a bunch of different bytes over here. So 12, what's that? 10,000, 12,000, 126,000. Yeah, 126,000. 8, then 8. 8, then 8? I'm not too sure what that refers to. Oh, /8? Are we talking about network sizes? 127 kilobytes. Oh, divide by 8 for kilobytes. GredXC says, too crafty for Linux commands to read logs. I never use Splunk. I mean, I'm sure if you had Splunk, it might be a very, very convenient thing to use. Okay, so the results show a high volume of data transferred from the compromised server to the C2 server. Okay, conclusion. Identity found. So the attacker was identified via the highest volume of malicious web traffic originating from the external IP. Intrusion vector. The attack followed a clear progression in the web logs. Reconnaissance. Probes were initiated via curl, wget, and looking for configuration files and testing path traversal vulnerabilities. So, abuse. The use of SQL map user agents and specified payloads of sleep confirmed that there was a successful hacking phase. Okay, payload delivery. The action on objective was established by the final successful execution of the command. CMD bunny lock.bin via the web shell. C2 confirmation. The pivot to the firewall logs proved the post-X activity. The internal compromised server established an outbound C2 connection to the attacker's IP. Okay, so let's go ahead and answer the questions, and then we can wrap up the room. What is the attacker IP found attacking and compromising the web server? So the web server in question is 198.151.100.55. Okay, so which day was the peak traffic in the logs? So before we answer this question, we're going to go down to the last question. Examine the firewall logs. How many bytes were transferred to the C2 server IP from the compromised web server? So the reason why we're answering this right now is because we've got it up on the screen over here. I'm just going to copy this, paste that in. Okay, So we'll answer the questions now in order. Which day was the peak traffic in the logs? We can do that very easily by going up here, and we don't. So let's see. Source equals main, right? What was so every query starts with. Okay, we'll do source type equals. Let's see. So up here, the first ones are just index equals main. Okay. Index equals main. Okay, we've got all this stuff, and we see that we don't actually need to do anything super fancy. We can see here that the largest number of events happened on October 12th, 2025. So let's go and answer that question. $12, 10, 2025. Okay, and what is the count of the Havij user agent events found in the logs? So we can go back to the search, we can go over to user agents, and we'll look at the one for Havij. So Havij is 993 over here. That is the answer. Next question is, how many path traversal attempts to access sensitive files on the server, how many of these were observed? So path traversal attempts. So path traversal attempts were indicated with the ... / pattern. And where were we looking for that? It was up here. This one here. Okay, and then we're going to go and paste it in. And then let's look at our events. Oh, we need to plug in our IP address. Okay, so how many of these are there? So it looks like there's 658. 658. Okay, and the last thing we need to do is we just need to click on this checkbox here, and then we're done. Okay, everybody, thank you very much for watching this guided walkthrough for day number 3, which was Splunk Basics. Did you seem from the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber 2025 event? If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, we've got to move on to our next activity now. Okay, so topic 1 is done. Topic 2 is here. Topic 3 is on deck. And let me start the timer 60 minutes. We're going to be doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool. So HackerFrogs AfterSchool is a... Oh, no worries, Lady Juliet. Thank you very much for coming by and participating in the chat. I'm all about helping out new people. Okay. I mean, I don't know if you're a new person or not, but if, you know, either way is fine. All right, so we're going to be doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool Network Hacking session number 4. So in this session, we're going to be taking a look at shells, so reverse shells and bind shells. These are very common tools that are used in security testing. And let's see. I've got a list of links over here. If you want to participate with us, this talks about the different TryHackMe rooms that we're going to be accessing. So we're going to be accessing 2 different TryHackMe rooms to do this session. And so the first one is going to be the C2 Carnage room. Sandra says Netcat is the best tool. Netcat? I mean, I use a lot of Netcat. We're going to be using a lot of Netcat in today's challenge, or in today's workshop. Okay, and so TryHackMe Carnage room. And we're also going to be using the attack box. So let's see. So the Carnage Room is here. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Javier Murillo. Thank you. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to set up two different web pages. So one web page is going to have the Carnage Room, and the second web page is going to have the attack box. So I'm going to start up the attack box over here. And we're also going to start up the Carnage Room. So let me go ahead and do that. So when you arrive on this room, the Carnage Room here, you don't need to pay too much attention to the actual materials. We just need to use the virtual machine associated with the room. So you just click into task number 1, and then you click on the word start machine over here. So task 1, start machine, and we're starting up two different virtual machines that are going to be talking to each other. So while those machines are starting up, let's talk about what we're going to be covering in today's class. So this is HackerFrogs AfterSchool Network Hacking session number 4. This is the 4th session for network hacking. Let's go over concepts we covered in the previous session. So in the last session, we did directory busting. Directory busting, otherwise called dir busting, is the act of determining which endpoints, which files and directories exist on a website by trying to access those websites. This is a type of brute force attack. We used a few different tools to do our directory busting. We used the dirb tool. It's an older directory busting tool, but it's good for beginners because it's very the syntax is very, very easy for using this tool. We also talked about the Nicto tool, which is also another older tool, but it's a web app vulnerability scanner, which attempts to ID insecure configurations and general web app settings. And we learned about the GoBuster tool. The GoBuster tool is a much more powerful directory busting tool than dirb, and the command syntax is much more complex. But it is these type of more powerful directory busting tools that security testers use when they do directory busting against a website. But today we're not talking about that. Today we're going to be talking about remote shell access. We're going to be answering these questions. What is remote shell access? We're going to be talking about different types of shell access, reverse shells. We're going to talk about the limitation of netcat shells, and we're going to talk about bind shells. So if you don't know what these terms mean right now, that's fine. We'll be talking about what the definitions of these terms are as we move on. Okay, so what is remote shell access? A remote shell is a command line interface, a CLI access to a remote server. This allows OS commands to be run through the remote shell. So it's basically...
Is this a hacking?
And Aman Babu, hello, nice to see you here. Is this a hacking? Yeah, anytime you're using command line interfaces, you're doing a hacking, apparently. Okay, typically remote shell access is gained through programs like SSH, but security testers typically use other programs to establish remote shells, such as netcat. Neems, hello, nice to see you. What is good? Okay, so accessing TryHackMe. So we're going to be accessing this room over here, the C2 Carnage room, and we started up the machine over here. And what we want to do is we want two different windows because we're going to be communicating between the attack box and the Carnage machine here. So we're just going to need to view in full screen for the Carnage machine over here. I'm going to detach this window. Okay, hold on. I'm going to detach this window. Okay, and so this is this the attack box? Oh, this is the attack box. Interesting. Okay, so so this is the attack box over here. I'm going to make it about half the size of the screen. And the same thing over here. Hold on. I think I can make this one full screen as well. Let me see if I can get that going. Okay, so here I'm going to switch over to the Carnage machine. So the good thing about the Carnage machine and the attack box is that they don't have the same wallpaper, so we can tell which one is which. So let me go ahead and view this one full screen. This one, okay, we can switch over to the Carnage machine. And then, all right, so let me just finagle this a little bit. Okay, so we got these two terminals over here, and I also need to get my presentation file. Oh, why did you resize on me like this? Jason, IT Solution, hello. Hello, Jason, nice to see you here. No worries about being late, that's fine. Okay, so let me get my PDF file. We'll put this in another tab as well. Okay, so I'm juggling a bunch of different windows here. That's so much fun. Okay, so what are we doing here? So we're going to be talking about Linux shell programs. What are we on? So we're doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool. So HackerFrogs AfterSchool, I've got all the notes in case you want to take a look at them over here. So we're talking about Linux shell programs first. For Linux, there are a few common shell programs, the most typical ones being bash and sh. So there are differences between these shell programs. Bash is more functional than sh, but sh is much more lightweight than bash. This comes into play when we're establishing our different types of reverse and bind shells. So in a typical networking environment, servers open ports to be connected to for remote shell access. And this is fine for legitimate shell access. So typically, if a server has a service that allows a remote shell login, it'll expose port 22, which is the SSH service. So this is fine. So normally, the local host, which is your device, will connect to the remote host to create a remote shell connection, to create remote shell access. So your machine, through your SSH client, communicates to the remote host on port 22 to create shell access. So however, network security testers find it easier to have a remote host connect to their local host, creating what is called a reverse shell connection. So typically when you're doing security testing, you receive reverse shell access. Danny Kafui, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. So what you would do in this case is that you would have the remote host, so the vulnerable machine or the machine that you're hacking, make a connection to your machine, the attacker machine, which has a netcat listener, and thus establishes the shell access that way. Okay, so why do we use reverse shells? So reverse shells are often preferable because they can bypass certain restrictions in the remote host environment. So some advantages of reverse shells are they can bypass firewalls and they can bypass port deny lists. So reverse shells are much more preferable to the alternative, which is bind shells. We'll talk about why bind shells are not preferable in just a bit. Okay, so the other thing that we have to understand when we're establishing these shells is that there's a limitation to using netcat to catch your reverse shells and your bind shells. Thank you very much for subscribing. Yes, I'm alive on YouTube. Thank you. And they became a gold member. Thank you very much for becoming a gold member on YouTube. Thank you very much. Wow, much appreciated. And Josh Wimberly, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube as well. So the limitation of netcat shells. So typically, we use netcat to establish these shells when we're doing our easy CTF challenges, but there are so many disadvantages to using netcat versus regular bash shells. So netcat shells typically can't do tab autocomplete, so they can't do, let me demonstrate. So typically when we've got really long file names like this over here, we can do autocomplete. We can start typing in the name of the file name, and then we can hit the tab key to autocomplete the name of the file. We can't do this in the netcat shell, so this is not possible. There's, let's see, command history. So command history means that we can recall different commands that we've done, and we can't do this on netcat shells either. So if we go over here, I can always access the previous commands that I did in the terminal by using the up and down arrow keys. But we can't do this inside of netcat shells either. So these are all the limitations we need to be aware of. Command line editing. So netcat shells also cannot do command line editing, which means we can't go back and forth inside of the line in case we want to start editing some stuff over here or go back here, and it's not possible when you're using the netcat shell. So when you're using the netcat shell, there's a lot of limitations. So let's see, interactive commands. This means that when you're using the netcat shell, you can't do any command that requires you to fill in a prompt. So for example, if I wanted to switch users to root, it would ask for a password. But if I'm using the netcat shell, I wouldn't be able to interact with this kind of prompt using netcat. So that's another limitation. So the last limitation is Control-C functionality. Control-C inside of Linux means that you will quit out of a command, but you can't quit out of any commands while you're using the netcat shell, otherwise you'll destroy the entire shell. And that's another limitation of netcat shells. But typically, because of this, you would probably want to upgrade the type of shell that you're using from the netcat shell to something else like SSH access as soon as possible. So we often use Python to upgrade netcat shells. So if you were to establish a netcat shell, you would use a command that kind of looks like this to upgrade your shell slightly. So Aman Babu says command line editing also includes backspace. Sometimes it includes backspace, sometimes it doesn't. It really depends on the type of implementation. So in a lot of netcat shells, you also can't do, well, sometimes very rarely, you're not able to do backspace as well, which is a really big pain in the butt. Okay, so this gives the netcat shell a little bit more functionality. So if you use the Python command or another command to slightly upgrade your shell, you can then get command line editing and you can get interactive commands. But there's still a bunch of features you cannot do. And the next thing we're going to be talking about is bind shells. So the alternative to reverse shells is bind shells, where an open port is created on the remote host and allows the local host to connect to it for access. So this is very similar to regular shell access, where the remote host will set up a service that your local host would be able to interact with. So one important reason why bind shells are avoided when we're doing security work is that because they expose an open port to the network which any device could connect to. So if if you decide to use a bind shell, anybody could access the bind shell, which is a really big problem. So Neems asks, how come I don't see a lot of people using SOCAT? So oh yes, Mr. Yellow Owl, hello, nice to see you here. I saw you in Slyborg's chat, but hello, nice to see you here. Neems asks, why don't you see a lot of people using SOCAT? The reason why you don't see a lot of people using SOCAT is that SOCAT has to be installed on both servers in order for SOCAT connections to be successful. So a lot of the times, SOCAT is not installed on a lot of Linux servers. Okay, so let's do a little demonstration. So we got our two machines over here. Okay, so we got our two machines over here. They're going to be communicating with each other. So the attack box has an IP address of this over here, and I think this Carnage box also has the IP address on the terminal, but we'll find out in just a little bit. Okay, so the terminal here also has the IP address. That's very good. So we're just going to open up two terminals here. We'll refer to the Carnage box as the victim box, and the attack box is the attacker box. Okay, so we have two terminals. We got they're basically both going to be root access, and we got ads running on Twitch. When ads run on Twitch, I have to run them. I have to take a little break. So we're going to take a little break. I'm going to have a little bit of water, but in the meantime, check out these birds. We'll be back in about 20 seconds. I just need to have a little sip of water. Okay, put the birds away, and let's get back to the hacking. So I'm going to demonstrate how to establish a reverse shell. So if in the typical reverse shell, the attacker machine is going to be listening for an incoming connection, and the victim machine is going to connect to the attacker machine. So we can do a netcat listener on our attacker machine by doing netcat NLVP and then a port number. So in our case, we're going to use 443. This is, you could theoretically do any port you wanted to from 1 all the way until like 6,000, 65,000 and some odd, but typically I like to listen on port 443 because 443 is a well-known port. Okay, so we're going to listen on port 443. This means that our attacker machine is listening for an incoming connection on this over here. So the other thing we're going to do is we're going to go over to our victim machine, and we're assuming that we can get the victim machine to run commands for us. So in this case, let me get my notes. So if you're looking for a guide, I've got my notes over at GitHub here, and they've got notes for setting up our reverse shells and bind shells. So over here, we can, on the Carnage machine, use the following command to connect to the attack box machine. So this is the command we're going to be using over here. It's a very simple reverse shell command using the bash binary. Okay, let me paste that into here. So when we give this command, we need to make sure a couple of settings are correct. So it says here attack box IP. We need to set this to the IP address of the attack box. So I'm just going to delete this. We're going to plug in 10.66.126.192, and we're going to connect on port 443 instead of port 8888. So these are the two things we change. And after we give this command, we're going to have a connection to this machine right here, which is called Ubuntu. So after we give that command, it says here connection received on what? It says connection received on this IP address. So this IP address is the IP address of the Ubuntu box here. If we ask who am I, we are the Ubuntu user now. So we're acting as the Ubuntu user connected to the Carnage machine. So the Carnage machine is over in this room. Hold on, why is this all messed up? It's Brody. Hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so let's see, Carnage Machine. So you'll notice over here that the Carnage Machine, when we gave this command, the terminal doesn't come back to us. That's because this program is in the middle of running right now. So, oops. So what we can do from here is we can get access to all of the stuff on the Ubuntu box, the Carnage box. We can also take a look at any of the common files on here. So cat, etc. password, and this is why are you showing me all this stuff? Yeah, so we're now connected. We did our reverse shell connection. We could also do it the other way, and I'll demonstrate how to do that. Ubuntu. So Spiegel Vector says 0 represents 0 at the 0 to and 1 is the input stream. Yeah, the input stream is this right here. So 0 represents input and output. So input and output are redirected to standard output. So this lets us see the commands that we're typing in as we do it. Okay, so we've got our connection here. I'm going to disconnect now. So I'm just going to exit, and that's going to break the connection. So we could also do a connection from the Ubuntu device. Well, we could do a listener on the Ubuntu device and then have the attack box reverse shell connection into there as well. Okay, so we can do it over here. So in the victim machine, netcat NLVP 443. Permission denied. Oh, that must be because we're using a low number port. So sometimes netcat, depending on your permissions, you may or may not be able to establish the listener on a low number port. So sometimes you can do it on a high number port, so say 8888, and we can do the listener on port 8888. So the other thing we can do is we're going to connect to we're going to connect to the attacker machine, and we're going to have the attacker machine make a reverse shell connection to the victim machine here. Okay, Ubuntu Bikani, what is that? I'm not too sure. Okay, so let's go ahead and give that that command. Ooh, clear that. Nope, this isn't it. Let me get the command from here. Okay, so we're going to use the same bash command here to establish the reverse shell, but we need to sub in the IP address here. So the IP address here is 10.66.174.176. 10.66. .174.176. 174.176. Oh, I typed it in incorrectly. So everybody remember, if you don't spell or if you make typos or mistakes, you don't get to hack. Okay, so now we've got a connection to the attack box from the victim box. So this isn't typically what we do over there, but you know what? Sometimes it works. 176 on 8888. Lady Juliet, thank you. That is correct. So now we have access to the attacker box, and we're the root user here because well, the root user established the netcat shell. Okay, so that was reverse shells. If you have any questions about how we do these reverse shell connections, reverse shells are a very common component in most CTF exercises where the objective is to compromise the entire server and then get root access. So let's see. The other thing we can do is we can do bind shells. Where's my presentation? So bind shells. The alternative to reverse shells is bind shells, where one open port is created on the remote host and allows the local host to connect to it for access. So Spiegelfechter says, what would be your go-to if Netcat is off the table for reverse shells? If Netcat is off the table for reverse shells, well, I mean, Netcat shouldn't be off the table for reverse shells because typically you would run Netcat from the attacker machine. So the attacker machine is the machine that you control, and there are a bunch of different ways we could create reverse shells. So there's a website that lets you know a bunch of different commands for establishing reverse shells, also bind shells, but mostly reverse shells. So over here you could use a bunch. Typically, Netcat is used to catch the reverse shell, but to actually create the connection, you could use Netcat, you could use Bash, you could use SoCat, you could use a bunch of different programs. So maybe like a dozen or 2 dozen different programs you could use, depending on what's available on the victim box. Okay, and we also get some instructions for creating bind shells here as well. Let's see, Cyber Dante says Pebble always uses BusyBox. BusyBox is not a bad way to do it, because BusyBox lets you use, well, if it's available, it lets you use stuff like Netcat with execute, which is very, very convenient. Yeah, so let's see. So let's pretend we want to do a bind shell. So when you do a bind shell, you create the bind shell on the victim box with a command kind of like this. And so it looks kind of like this. The syntax looks kind of complicated. It's not super complicated. It's basically setting up a pipe file to tunnel all of the what is the word? To send all the data through. So you would run this kind of command on your victim machine. So we're pretending that the Carnage machine is the victim machine. I will paste in the bind shell command over here. And what we need to do, oh wow. Okay, sorry, we were still connected to the attack box. That's why I wasn't able to do backspace. Okay. It's a pipe. It's a named pipe. Okay, let me get that command again. Okay, so we create some named pipes to work through, and what we need to do here, we don't need to adjust anything because this sets up a listening port. And in this case, the listening port is going to be on port 443, and it's going to be set up through a combination of the sh command and netcat. So after we can't do it because it's a low port. Okay, so we can probably do it if we switch it from port 443 to port 8888. Okay, so after we give this command, the bind shell is in place. So all we need to do is we need to connect to it. And the way we can connect to it is through the attacker machine, and we would just do netcat e bin bash to, what is the, hold on, I keep on forgetting this command. Okay, bind shell netcat carnage IP 8888. Okay, so it's not super complicated. So this is all we would need to do to connect. It's netcat and then the vulnerable machine's IP address and then the port to connect to. Okay, hold on. So netcat and then the victim IP 10.66.174.176 on port 8888. And then after we do that, we're connected. I ask who am I? We're now the Ubuntu user. I see here that we're currently running through an sh shell. Okay, well at least we can do backspace. All right, and typically what we would want to do after we get a shell connection is we would want to upgrade our shell. So typically we would figure out if there's some sort of Python running on the server. So which Python 2, which Python 3. So the reason why we give these commands is to figure out if these commands are installed on the victim machine. And if we see that Python 3 is installed, we can give this command right here, Python 3, run a command, import pty.spawn bin bash in order to upgrade our shell to a bash shell. It doesn't give us all of the functionality, but it gives us more functionality than we had before. So before, I don't think we would have been able to do interactive commands. So switch user root, it asks for the password. We wouldn't be able to interact with the terminal in this case. But we still can't do, I'm pretty sure we can't do command history. There's no command history. If you do up and down, we just get a bunch of gibberish. And we can't do tab autocomplete, so cat desk, and when we hit the tab key, it does an autocomplete. Okay. If you have any questions about any of the stuff we're doing today, let us know. Bind shells and reverse shells. Well, bind shells are not very common. I forget how to do the syntax for bind shells all the time. But every once in a while, you'll come across a situation where you have to do a bind shell to get access to a machine. In theory, bind shells are okay if you're just doing some diagnostics, but in most cases, when you're doing your cybersecurity exercises, you definitely want to do the reverse shell. So I'll show you how to do the reverse shell one more time. Okay, so we're currently connected to the Ubuntu machine from the attack box. I'm just going to break that connection. So you can break the connection very easily. Just Control C on your keyboard is going to break the shell. So here, we're going to demonstrate one more time. So on the victim machine, on the attacker machine, you would set up your reverse shell listener. So netcat nlvp 443, and this is going to set up a netcat listener that is listening on networking port 443. So the other step is to make the victim machine connect to your attacker machine to create the connection. So you would do, well, I mean, there's a bunch of different ways we could do it. Like I said, there's a very useful website that we like to use called revshells.com. So for example, we could probably use, aside from netcat, or aside from bash, there's a bunch of other programs we could use. We could use netcat, we could use busybox. So Cybernerd Dante in the chat talked about busybox, and busybox is basically a utility program in Linux that has a bunch of different tools installed on it, including stuff like netcat. So oftentimes the netcat that is installed on a lot of Linux servers doesn't have the -e capability for netcat, which lets it run commands like sh or bash. So for example, over here, netcat-e. So netcat-e, it doesn't exist. So it says invalid option -e. And we'll also figure out if there is busybox installed on this server. So there is busybox installed on the server, so we can run netcat through the busybox tool utility. And this is how we do it. So here it's busybox netcat, kind of like this. Only we need to sub out the IP address and the port there. So I'm going to just paste that in. Okay, so busybox, we just need to connect to our attacker machine. So the attacker machine is going to be on an IP address. We see the IP address over here. So it is 10.66.126.192 on port 443, and then we're going to execute sh when we connect to it. So in this case, I like bash better than sh. Okay, so did that work? That's it. It says connection received. Great. And I guess we can ask who am I? Now we're now the Ubuntu user. Okay, we can see the stuff here, and we can upgrade our shell as well. So Python 3, run the command import pty, pty.spawn, bin bash. Okay, and now we've got a slightly upgraded shell, and we actually get a prompt. That's nice. And typically what we would do after we establish our reverse shell connection on any like CTF exercises, we would try to do privilege escalation. So what we're doing right now is we're connected to the victim machine, which is the Carnage machine here. We would do some basic enumeration, maybe taking a look at what users exist on the system by looking at the etc password file, and maybe taking a look at the web server directory. It's usually in var www.html, so it doesn't exist, so there's no web app on this particular box. That's fine. So yeah, all right. I think if you're new to network hacking exercises, definitely give this a try. Try creating some reverse shells. Try creating some bind shells, and try some of the different payloads over at revshells.com over here. There are a lot of them, and I guess what I can do is I can show you the other way we would typically get reverse shell connection on. This will be the last thing I show. So the other thing we could do is we could create a binary that makes the connection for us. So what we would do typically is we would use this program over here, MSF or the Venom. It doesn't exist. It should be. Huh. This is not command not found. Okay, this is typically. Well, I mean, we can. It's typically on a Kali like a Kali Linux box. So MSF Venom, yeah. Is it on the Ubuntu? It would. Well, it's much less likely to be on the Ubuntu machine. So the attack box that I'm accessing over here, this would typically have most of your security tools on it. The Ubuntu machine is less likely. I mean, I guess I could give it a try. Oh, you know what? I was connected to. Sorry, MSF Venom. Yeah, I was actually looking for it on this box. because I was connected to this machine from the attack box. So MSF Venom should be on this machine. It is. Okay. So typically what you would do is you would do something like this. So MSF Venom is a tool that you can use to create a lot of different hacking payloads and programs. Okay, and Lady Juliet says I have to pop out now. It's getting late here. I really enjoyed watching and appreciate your explanations. Good luck. Thank you very much, Lady Juliet. And yeah, hope to see you again. Hope to see you again soon. Okay, so when we give the MSF Venom command over here, what we need to do is we need to sub out some things. So the L host here is going to be an IP address. And the local port is going to be some port. It doesn't necessarily have to be port 443, but it can be. So let's go ahead and copy this command, and we'll run it on the attack box. Where's the attack box? Here it is. Okay, so on the attack box, we'll paste in the command. Okay, and then we can adjust it a little. Ooh, why does it look like this? Okay, so we just need to sub in the our attack box's IP address, because this is going to be a program that we run on the victim machine to connect to our attacker machine. So the attacker machine's address is 10.66.192, and the port is going to be 443. We're going to have our netcat listener on 443 as usual. So this is going to create a file called r.elf, which we need to transfer over to the victim machine. Okay? After we give the command, don't know why it's taken so long. Okay, so saved as r.elf. So we've got the reverse shell binary. So this is an elf binary, a Linux binary that we need to transfer over to the victim machine, and then we'll have the victim machine run the binary, which will create the connection. So typically what we would do in this case is after we have command execution on the victim machine, we would run a Python server from our attacker machine. So Python, actually, which we would do Python 3 module http.server on port 80. Port already in use. Okay, so we can't use port 80, but we can use port 443. Okay, so now we're serving the current directory as a web page. So what we can do is we can download it from our victim machine. So we're going to do the wget command, http 66.126.192. So what we're doing here is we're downloading from the attacker machine, and we're downloading the reverse shell binary file. Method not allowed. 405 method not allowed. Hold on. I need to make sure that I spelled everything correctly. So HTTP 10.66. Oh, no. Okay. We need to access port 443. That's the thing I forgot. Okay, so we need to make sure that after the IP address, we do :443, because we're serving on port 443. And that's going to let us download that file. So r.elf was saved. So what we need to do is we need to start our reverse shell listener on the attacker machine. So on the attacker machine, we're going to do netcat nlvp 443. Okay, so we've got our netcat listener up and running. And then when we execute this file over here, r.elf, we'll create a connection from the victim machine to the attacker machine. Okay, we need to make this file executable, chmod.+x r.elf, and then run r.elf. Okay, and then we get a connection received. So connection received, we should be the Ubuntu user now. So we see here that we are the Ubuntu user. So this is a more reliable way of creating the connection by creating the binary and then uploading it to the target. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. A lot of the time when you're doing the CTF exercises, you need to figure out which command is going to work for your reverse shell connection. The reverse shell binary is usually pretty reliable, but mileage may vary depending on your challenge. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch right now, so I'm just going to take a little water break. But in the meantime, you can watch these birds. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. Just need to have a little water. Enjoy the birds, and yeah, I'll play a little bit of music. Okay, we'll put the birds away. We'll get back to the hacking. All right, so that was reverse shells and bind shells. So if you have any questions about any of the stuff that we did today, I'll take questions in chat as usual. The concept is it's a bit tricky to wrap your head around. The most important part is that you start doing some of these exercises. After you've done your first few reverse shell connections, it'll become much more intuitive to you. But for the first few, there's no shame in having to follow a guide to get it done. That's perfectly fine. Okay, let's do a little review of what we did today, and then we will wrap up the lesson. Okay, where are my notes? Okay, I should be close to the end of the presentation. Okay, let's review the network hacking concepts we learned in this workshop. What is remote shell access? A remote shell is a command line interface. It is command line interface to a remote server. This allows OS commands to be run through the remote shell. So there are two types of shells we talked about today. There are the reverse shells, and reverse shell access is where the listening port is created on the local host, and the connection is established by the remote hosts connecting to that port. So it basically means your computer is going to listen on a networking port, and you're going to get the remote host to connect back to you to complete the connection. That's why it's called a reverse shell connection. And we also learned about bind shells. Bind shell access is created when the remote host opens a networking port, which is then connected to by the local host. So this is very typical of shell access. The remote host opens a port, and then your local host connects to that port. So what's next? In the next HackerFrogs AfterSchool network hacking workshop, we're going to be learning how to crack password hashes. So it's all about the cracking and the cracking tools, the John the Ripper and the Hashcat, and that's what we're going to be doing next session. So the next session is going to be on Monday, and please look out for that. We're going to move on to the next part of today's stream. So let's go ahead and close out topic 2. It is done. Topic 3 is here. Topic 4 is on deck. Okay. So all of these TryHackMe windows, let me close some of these up. We're going to be doing Advent of Cyber Day 4 and Day 5. Day 4 is... Let's see. Both Day 4 and Day 5, they weren't my favorite, but we're going to be working through them anyways, because we have to... because we got to work through them all. Okay. So I have notes for these different for the different exercises for Advent of Cyber. They're at, let's see, they're on my GitHub over here. TryHackMe, Advent of Cyber 2025. We're doing Day 4. Okay, if you want a guide to complete the stuff over here, there's the link. Where's my link to the room? Just a second. I do appreciate the fact that that the rooms are all separated instead of like one really big room with like too many things to click on. Why am I not able to see the rooms? Just a second. Here it is. Okay, so this is day number 4. Let me pop it up in a new window. And if you want to follow along, this is the link over here. Okay, let me reset my progress in the room and then we can begin. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for day number 4 from the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber event for 2025. This room is called AI and Security Old Saint Nick. All right, so the first thing we want to do after we join the room is we want to scroll down to task number 1. So under task number 1, there's a storyline. Let's read all about it. So the lights glimmer and servers hum blissfully at the best festival company, TBFC, melting the snow surrounding the data center. TBFC has continued its pursuit of AI excellence. After the past 2 years, they realized that Van Chatty, their in-house chatbot, wasn't quite meeting their standards. However, for the elves at the TBFC, they're also not immune to performance metrics. The elves aim to find ways of increasing their velocity, something to manage their tedious, distracting tasks, which allows the elves to do the real magic. TBFC, adventurous as ever, is trialing their brand new cybersecurity AI assistant, Van Solve IT, which is capable of helping the elves with all of their defensive, offensive, and software needs. They decide to push their flashy technology to use as Christmas approaches to identify, confirm, and resolves any potential vulnerabilities before any naysayers can. So what are we doing today? Learning objectives. How can AI be used as an assistant in cybersecurity for a variety of roles, domains, and tasks? Using an AI assistant to solve various tasks within cybersecurity, and some of the considerations, particularly in cybersecurity, surrounding the use of AI. So here we've got connecting to the machine. We need to review the stuff on the card here. So do I need to start the attack box today? Yes. Do I need to start a VM today? Yes. Okay, so we're going to be starting the VM in the attack box now. So we're going to scroll down a little bit. And we need to start both of these machines here. So click on the green Start Machine button, and then click on the Start Attack Box button over here. So the attack box is going to take a couple of minutes to initialize, but in the meantime, we can read a little bit more about what we're supposed to be doing in today's task. Okay, let's go down. So over here, at the end of the task, answer the question below. I have successfully started the attack box and the target machine. Go ahead and click on the checkbox. Okay, and we can move on to task number 2, AI for Cybersecurity Showcase. What do we got? So the boom of AI assistants. Ah yes, artificial intelligence, that buzzword that seems here to stay. Who would have thought? Today's room will highlight some ways that AI is utilized in cybersecurity, along with important considerations to bear in mind when deploying AI for such tasks. Particularly at this time of writing, AI is increasingly seen as a tool to boost speed by handling often tedious, time-consuming tasks, allowing humans to perform the real magic. Organizations want to see the experience, not avoidance, in how these tools are operated. So GPT this, GPT that, we've all heard it often, and is likely to persist. And AI's capabilities expand daily. We've observed a shift from AI being just something to ask because you were too lazy to Google, a mistake I've made myself. Now AI is being embedded into everyday workflows, transforming how tasks are done and boosting productivity like never before. So with that said, let's begin today's room. AI in cybersecurity. The use of artificial intelligence has seen a significant boost in cybersecurity. So the use of artificial intelligence has seen a significant boost in cybersecurity. Visit almost any vendor and they'll now have some form of AI powering a solution somewhere. Why? Well, it's not just because they're capitalizing on the buzzword, although that's certainly a part of it, but rather the benefits from artificial intelligence really do apply here. Let's explore some of these in the table below. Okay, so features of AI. Processing large amounts of data. Cybersecurity relevance. Analyzing vast data from multiple types of sources, for example, system and network logs together. So AI can look through staggeringly large amounts of data and it doesn't complain about there being a lot of stuff to look through. So AI can do behavior analysis, which is tracking normal behavior and activities over a period of time and flagging anything that is out of the ordinary. And AI can also be generative, so summarizing or providing context behind a series of events. So for defensive security, AI agents are being used in blue teaming to speed up detection, investigation, and response, making them quicker and more dependable. Acting like automated assistants, these agents continuously provide telemetry, such as logs, network flows, and endpoint signals, and add context to alerts. Furthermore, we are witnessing the integration of AI into vendor applications such as AI-assisted firewalling and intrusion detection systems. Beyond just detecting threats, AI can also assist in automating responses. Picture your system automatically isolating an infected device, blocking a suspicious email, or flagging an unusual login attempt, all in real time. For offensive security, AI agents have made a notable impact on offensive security by automating and handling the often very laborious and time-consuming tasks that a pen tester might traditionally undertake. So for example, AI can be a powerful tool in a penetration tester's workflow for reconnaissance and information gathering, from OSINT to analyzing noisy scanner outputs and mapping attack surfaces. This allows the pen tester to spend more time on crucial tasks that require a human touch. And lastly, software. AI-driven software development rightfully sounds a bit frightening, isn't that so? Well, we wouldn't be wrong to feel this way. We've all heard about the popularity of vibe coding and the vulnerabilities introduced by AI. However, AI has proven to be a valuable addition to this software development process in several ways. One example is a virtual colleague to bounce ideas off of while writing the code itself. More importantly, it's used as a SAST/DAST scanner. These scanners audit and analyze written code and applications for potential vulnerabilities. So, yes, it's somewhat ironic. AI agents can be great at identifying vulnerabilities, but not quite as effective at writing secure code. SAC 3000, hello, nice to see you here. We're going to add another hour to the current task over here. Hopefully we can get it done in this amount of time, and then we'll move on to the last task. Or the last part of today's stream, rather. Okay, considerations of AI and security. Now, I'm not entirely here to sing the praises of AI and say it's the silver bullet to all your needs. If you've used AI before, you'll know the pitfalls and frustrations one can face. And somehow, and nowhere is that truer than in cybersecurity. While the usual consideration of using AI apply, such as not owning the output from the AI, there are specific factors to consider before deploying it in cybersecurity. One such consideration is the use of AI in activities like offensive penetration testing. While we have discussed some of AI's application in these areas, caution remains essential. You do not want to explain to the client that their services and websites are down because an AI caused a race condition or overwhelmed their systems. So we must think practically about the data that AI learns from, how transparent and fair its decisions are, and how reliable it remains when the unexpected occurs. We cannot assume that output from the AI is 100% correct. Efforts must be made to verify the information it provides. Additionally, managing challenges such as keeping data private, securing AI models, and informing users properly requires careful consideration. Okay, so let's go and do the practical portion of today. So you'll be interacting with the VanSolve IT, which will guide you through the 3 showcases of how AI can be used in cybersecurity. There's going to be a red portion where we generate and use and exploit a hacking script, a blue portion where we analyze web logs of an attack that occurred, and there's going to be software, analyzing software code or source code for vulnerabilities. So we're going to grab this IP address over here and copy it, and then we're going to be using this in the attack box. So in the attack box, we're going to open up the web browser, and we can do that over here. So there are a couple of different shortcuts we can use. We can use this one, or we can use this one. So just click on one of them, and then we're going to paste in the URL that we copied. So we need to go over to the clipboard and copy in the IP address here. After that, inside of the attack box's web browser, we're going to paste in the address and then we're going to navigate to it. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this I'm going to make the attack box here full screen because it's a bit cramped. So I'm just going to go over to this button over here, which is labeled View in Full Screen. We're going to click on it. And then we're going to see this template here for the attack box in full screen, which is exactly what we want. Okay, so what's going on? Let me, okay, so this is stage 1, the introduction. So we got our guidelines and instructions here. And let's see. So this interactive lab will showcase how AI can be used across the 3 areas of cybersecurity: red team, blue team, and software security. So when you're ready, press the blue Complete Stage to Continue button on the left to progress. So over on the left hand side of the screen, we need to click on Complete Stage to Continue. Okay, and then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to do stage 2, which is the red team. Okay, welcome to Red Team Showcase. I can help you generate Python scripts for the vulnerabilities within the web application of today's advent of cyber web application. Shall we begin? Okay, so we just need to answer the chatbot. Yes, let us begin. Generate the Python script for the web app vulnerability. Okay, we'll send that message. So it's going to take a little bit of time for the AI to respond to us. Depending on what kind of software the AI is running on, or what kind of server that the AI is running on, it may or may not respond very quickly. I don't think they gave the AI a lot of resources because each time, well, because when you give the AI a lot of resources and there's a lot of people accessing this challenge, that means that there's going to be a lot more money spent on running the AI. But you know what? That's fine. All this stuff is free, and it's very nice of TryHackMe to host this kind of event. We just need to wait for the thing to come back to us. So personally, I think that AI is very good at helping you come up with simple scripts. If you want to do some very easy Python programming stuff, especially when the scope of the script is very, very small. It gets much more complicated when you're asking the AI to create more complicated scripts, of course. But let's take a look at what's happening over here. Okay, so how to save the file. Open a terminal or visual editor, such as Sublime Text. Use the terminal to run the following command to create the file. So we're going to be using nano to create this Python script here called script.py. So let's go ahead and we'll minimize the window for just a second and then open up a terminal. So open up a command line terminal here and then use nano to start editing the file. So nano space script.py, and what we need to do now is we need to get the script from the AI. So we're just going to go back to the web browser. Okay, so we need to grab the code here and copy it. Then after we've done that, we will go over to the script.py text editor terminal and we'll paste in the script that we got. And before we run this, I'm not sure if this script is going to work. I'm pretty sure this script is not going to work. That's kind of funny. The funny thing of okay. The funny thing about the AI is that the AI is not deterministic, which means if you ask it to do the same, if you put in the same prompt in here, it's not necessarily going to. Okay. They've got a second script here. We'll use the second script instead because the second script looks like it might work, whereas the first one didn't look like it would work. Let me copy this all. That's really funny. It gave you a script that doesn't work. Okay, we'll copy everything else. And we'll go back to the code, the text editor window. We'll just delete everything here. We'll paste in the new script. And we'll talk a little bit about what's going on in the script before we run the script. We actually don't need to run the script right now, but there are a couple of things that we need to keep in mind. So the script imports the requests module from Python, which lets us make web requests, so we can communicate with the web server. So we define a username, and it's Alice or 1 = 1. This is used to do a very simple SQL injection. And if the web page is vulnerable to SQL injection, this will let us log into the web page. So we communicate with the web page, define an URL over here, and we communicate with its login.php page. So the thing that we need to do in the script before we can run it is we need to sub out the IP address. So it says machine IP. We need to get the machine IP address over here. So it's 10.66.55137. We can click on this. Why does it not let us click on it? Hold on, it's here. Let me copy this. Okay, copy that and then go back to the attack box. In the attack box, we need to paste in the IP address here. Then we need to sub in the IP address. Ooh, never mind. Sorry, when you paste stuff into the terminal, you need to use Control-Shift-V, not just Shift-V. Anyways, we'll save this out. And let's talk about what we're sending over to the login page here. So we send the username and the password as a post request with the requests module over here, request.post, and then we print out what is returned to us in this portion over here. So print header value, print response body, and then print the response.text. So we're going to send our post request to the web page, and then afterwards we're going to get the response from the web page. And hopefully that that includes the information we want. Okay, so we're not gonna run the script right now because well, the task wants us to run it at the end. So we're gonna go back to the AI assistant, and we're going to click on complete stage to continue. Okay, and then we're going to move on to the blue team assistant. So for the blue team assistant, we got this message. So welcome to the blue team showcase. I'm your blue team assistant. I can analyze logs and explain them. Let's solve the stage together. You can ask me to analyze a example set of logs for the attack that we just performed. So we can go ahead and ask it to do that. So please analyze the example set of logs for the attack. Okay. We're going to have to wait a little bit for the response to come back. In the meantime, I guess we could run the script while we're waiting for the response to come back. So we're going to go back to our terminal here, and we can run Python 3 script.py, and this is going to run the Python script that the AI gave to us. Okay, and we see that we managed to successfully communicate with the server. It gives us all of the response headers from the web page, and then it gets us the response body over here. So this is good. It says that welcome admin. So we were able to use the script to do a SQL injection attack and log on to the system. So you've successfully logged on to the system, and we also get a flag. We're going to be using this flag in one of the answers a little bit later, but for right now, let's go back to the web browser. Okay, so the AI assistant has come back. So log entry IP address is over here. It gives us some information. The URL, so username is Alice and password equals test. So this is log analysis of the SQL injection attack we just did, because this is the payload that we sent, Alice or 1 equals 1. So this one over here. So HTTP method post. And thank you very much, Omar Rai. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Thank you. Okay, so the analysis of the logs. The IP address is used to trace the source of the attack. Time and date. The attack occurred at a specific time. URL. Username. The username includes an SQL injection syntax, Alice or 1 equals 1, indicating the attacker is manipulating the password field. Conclusion. This log entry confirms an SQL injection attack was attempted, which is a vulnerability in the application. Why logging matters. Logging is essential for detecting potential security issues. It allows teams to identify patterns such as unusual login attempts or malicious input practices, which can help pinpoint vulnerabilities in applications. Okay, then it gives us some of our information. If you're ready to move on, please confirm. Okay, so the blue team assistant is finished, so we can just go down to complete stage to continue. And then this is the last stage. So this is the software assistant. So welcome to the software showcase. I can help you identify vulnerabilities in source code. Shall we take a look at the source code of today's Advent of Cyber web application? So here we will answer, yes, please show us the source code of today's web application. Okay, and it'll take a few moments to come back to us. So this is actually a very useful thing you can do. If you've got some code and you're wondering whether or not it could be vulnerable to attack, so for example, SQL injection or path traversal or file upload vulnerability, you can pass the code over to the AI and have it have a look at the code to determine whether or not it can identify any vulnerabilities. So another really good way we can use AI, let me demonstrate. So inside of Linux, there are these things called SUID binaries, and they're basically binaries that run with elevated privileges. We can get a list of them by running this command over here. Okay, it'll let you know, this find command will let you know all of the SUID binaries, and it's the reason why we're getting SUID binaries from the system here is because these can be used to do privilege escalation attacks on a Linux system, but I'm just going to highlight all these and copy them, and I'm going to be passing these over to the AI to have a look and see if I can identify any vulnerable ones. So over here, I've got our good old friend ChatGPT. Hello, I have a list of SUID binaries. Can you tell me if any of them are insecure? Okay, and then I'll just paste in the entire list of SUID binaries. This, in my opinion, is a very good use of the AI or the LLM, because doing this manually, researching whether or not these binaries can be used for privilege escalation or if they're insecure, it's very, very tedious. So we might as well pass it off to the AI, which does not think this is tedious. So your list contains mostly normal expected SUID binaries on a modern Linux system. However, a few of them are historically dangerous, CTF relevant, or commonly vulnerable depending on the version or configuration. Okay, so high risk SUID binaries, potentially abusable. Huh, that's funny. On your standard Kali Linux, this binary over here is historically vulnerable, but I don't think it is right now. But anyways, this is what we would do. We would pass off a list of data to the AI and then do some analysis. Anyways, let's go back to the TryHackMe challenge over here. Okay, so what do we got? So we have this PHP code over here. So user equals post username and pass equals post password. Example vulnerable code. This code is vulnerable to SQL injection if the post data is not properly sanitized. So this is an example of the most basic PHP code used for user login that I've ever seen. Okay, so this says here we identification of specific vulnerability. So the code is vulnerable to SQL injection because it uses question marks to assign default values to variables such as user and pass. If the post data is not properly sanitized, an attacker could inject malicious SQL code into the database by exploiting this operator over here. So it explains why the code is vulnerable and best practices for preventing similar issues. So like I said, if you got some code that you're a bit curious about, whether or not it is secure or if it's insecure, you can always pass it off to the AI to have a second look. Ronan, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so we can complete the showcase by clicking on this button over here. Click to complete showcase. Okay, you've successfully completed today's showcase. Have a flag. So THM AI Mania. I'm just going to copy that. Then I'm going to go over to the TryHackMe page, and down at the bottom here, I'm going to exit the split view. Remember, you need to update the IP address. Okay, complete the AI showcase by progressing through all the stages. What is the flag presented to you? So we copy that flag. That's done. Okay. So execute the script provided to you by the red team agent against the vulnerable web application. Okay, so we did that over here. Why does this look funny? Ronan says something related to the SUID GitHub. Oh, Trader. Yeah, I think I've heard of that one before. Okay, so over here, we ran the Python script, and in the Python script, we got a flag. If for some reason we wanted to look for the flag, inside of the output, we could do grep THM, because all of the THM flags begin with the letters THM in capital letters, and that would just get the flag for us. So let's go ahead and copy that. We'll go back to the TryHackMe page and paste it in. Okay, so the last thing we need to do is we need to click on this checkbox here, and then we're done. All right, everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for day number 4 from the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber 2025 event. AI and Security, Old Saint Nick. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Not leaving, by the way. Just got to say that for the good old YouTube videos. But yeah, Ronan said something about the Trader GitHub project. Let me copy that. Let's take a look. Okay, it says so automatic Linux, Pervesc via abuse of low-hanging fruit, GTFO bins, pwn kit, dirty pipe. Okay. So this is what does this do? So this project is called Trader. So abuse low-hanging fruit to pop a root shell. Linux privilege escalation made easy. Okay, so it's an automated script. Cool. I haven't tried this out myself. Maybe I'll try it in a future box. Thank you very much for letting us know about this, Ronan. Okay, we'll move on to the last advent of cyber room, so that I can get caught up with all this stuff. Okay, so let me terminate the attack box. It's just a waste of AI because they already know what to send you each time. Santer asks, "Do you have a custom room in TryHackMe?" I don't have a custom room in TryHackMe. That would be really fun, but I'm afraid I don't have one of those. Okay, why does it keep on booting me over here? And why does it not why does it not show the actual rooms? Okay, reloading the thing. Then we got to scroll down. Okay, so this is day 5. So this one's actually the new room page is kind of not very fun to look at. But there's actually some interesting stuff in this room. We'll discuss it as we encounter it. Okay, let me put my music back on. Okay, so we will be starting shortly. I just need to reset my progress in the room. And what we're doing here is we're covering a very simple concept as far as security is concerned. It's insecure direct object references. We'll talk about what that is in just a second. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for day 5 of the Advent of Cyber event for 2025 over at tryhackme.com. This room is called iDoor, Santa's Little iDoor. So after you join the room, this is what you do. So you just go down to task number 1, and we've got a story to read about. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, the story. The elves of Wareville are on high alert since McSkitty went missing. Recently, the support team have been receiving many calls from parents who can't activate vouchers on the Try Present Me website. They also mentioned that they are receiving many targeted phishing emails containing information that is not public. The support team is wary and has enlisted the help of the TBFC staff. When looking into this particular case, they discovered a suspiciously named account named Sir Carrotbane, which has many vouchers assigned to it. For now, they have deleted the account and retrieved the vouchers, but something is going on. Can you help the TBFC staff investigate the Try Present Me website and fix the vulnerabilities? Learning objectives. What are we doing today? Understand the concept of authentication and authorization. Learn how to spot potential opportunities for insecure direct object references, otherwise known as iDoors. Abuse iDoor to perform horizontal privilege escalation, and learn how to turn iDoor into SDoor, Secure Direct Object Reference. Okay, so to start the exercise, we need to take a look at the connection card here. Do I need to start the attack box today? Yes. Do I need to start a VM today? Yes. So we're just going to go down, and we're going to start up both our attack box and the vulnerable machine. So click on Start Machine, and then click on Start Attack Box. So the attack box is going to take a couple of minutes to initialize, but while it's initializing, we're going to talk about what's going on in this room. Okay, so answer the question below. My target machine and attack box have started and I'm ready to learn about IDOR. Done. Okay, so task number 2. IDOR on the shelf. It's dangerously obvious, really. Okay, have you ever seen a link that looks like this? So https awesomewebsite.thm track package ID equals 1001. When you saw a link like this, have you ever wondered what would happen if you simply changed the package ID to 11 or 12? In its simplest form, this can be a potential case for IDOR. IDOR stands for Insecure Direct Object Reference and is a type of access control vulnerability. Web applications often use references to determine what data to return when you make a request. However, if the web server doesn't perform checks to ensure that you are allowed to view the data before sending it, it can lead to serious sensitive information disclosure. A good question to ask then is, why does this happen so often? We need to understand references and web development a bit more to answer this. Let's take a look at what a table storing these package numbers from our link example would look like. Okay, so we got package ID, person, address, and status. So this is an example of a table which would be handled by a SQL system, for example. So package ID 101 is for Alice Smith. It is delivered. Package ID 1002 is for Bob Johnson and is in transit, etc., etc. So if the user wants to know the status of their package and makes a web request, the simplest method is to allow the user to supply their package ID. We will recover data from the database using the simplest SQL query of select person, address, status from packages where package ID equals value. Okay, and we'll just take a look at this for a second before we actually take a look at the attack box. Okay, since package ID is a sequential number, it becomes pretty obvious to guess the package IDs of other customers. And since the web application isn't verifying that the person making the request is the same person as the one who owns the package, an IDOR vulnerability appears, allowing attackers to recover the details for packages belonging to other users. Even worse is when a feature like this doesn't require the user to authenticate. Then there would be no way to even tell who is making the request. To dive a bit deeper, we need to understand authentication, authorization, and privilege escalation. Okay, let's see. I am not a fan of the vulnerability name IDOR. I prefer the name authorization bypass. If you want to understand my reasoning, expand here, otherwise you don't need to be bored with the details. Okay, wait, can we not? Okay, yeah. I prefer to do a little less reading if I can. Identity defines our reach. To understand the root cause of IDOR, it is important to understand the basic principles of authentication and authorization. Authentication is the process by which you verify who you are, for example, supplying your username and password. Authorization is the process by which the web application verifies your permissions. For example, are you allowed to visit the admin page of the web application, or are you allowed to make a payment using a specific account? You may think that authentication only happens once when you supply your username and password, but that is actually not the case. After providing your credentials, you receive a cookie or token called session information. Each subsequent request you make to the application includes the session information, which is verified by the application. This initial verification process is still authentication and happens for each request. This is why websites will often redirect you back to the login page. It means your session information is expired, and thus you need to re-authenticate with your credentials to receive new session information. Authorization cannot happen before authentication. If the application doesn't know who you are, it cannot verify what your permissions are. This is very important to remember. If your IDOR doesn't require you to authenticate, such as in our package tracking example, we will have to fix authentication first before we can fix the authorization issue of making sure that users can only get information about packages that they own. The last bit of theory to cover is privilege escalation types. There's vertical privilege escalation, which is where you gain access to more features. For example, you may be a normal user on the application, but you can perform actions that should be restricted to administrator. Okay, Lim Lam. Hello, nice to see you here. I love your stuff. It's bedtime here. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much, Lim Lam. And you know what? Let's give you some fun Jurassic Park. Hope to see you again.
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
And Bittens. Thank you very much. My channel was on your YouTube recap. Wow, that's an honor. Thank you very much, Bittens. Thank you. Okay, let's talk more about this. There's also horizontal privilege escalation. This refers to privilege escalation where you use a feature that you're authorized to use, but gain access to data that you're not allowed to access. For example, you should only be able to see your accounts, not somebody else's accounts. IDOR is usually a form of horizontal privilege escalation. You are allowed to make use of the track package functionality, but you should be restricted to only performing the tracking actions for packages that you own. Now that we understand the theory, let's look at how to abuse IDOR practically. So we've got iterate digits, observe responses. We'll start with the simplest example of IDOR. On the web application, let's authenticate to the application using the details below. So we got username Nils. Let me copy that. And we got password TryHackMe 2025. And we got an IP address or website. I'm going to copy this. And I'm going to try logging in. Just a second. So to do this, we need to get access to our attack box. And in the attack box, I'm going to make this full screen because the web application in this case, it's not very fun to look at, especially if it's cramped up. So I'm going to view this in full screen. Then we're going to paste in the IP address here. Then we're going to open up the web browser. Why does it look like this? Okay, so after a few seconds, our attack box web browser will open up, and then we can access the web application with the IDOR vulnerability. Okay, so just paste in our the resolution on this thing isn't super good, but this is the website over here. So try present me, and we need to put in our username and password. So the username is NIELS, and the password is TryHackMe number 2025, and then click on login. Okay. So over here we got the account information for this user over here, and the good thing is that we don't need to do a lot of reading on this web page, and we'll talk about why that is. Abifar3 says hello from Denmark. Hello Abifar, nice to see you here. Okay, where are we now? Over here. Once authenticated, you should see a dashboard like this. So we see the dashboard. Let's start by using the developer tools in our browser to better understand what is happening in the background. Right-click on the page and click Inspect, and then click on the Network tab as shown below. Okay, so we're just going to go over to the web page here. Let me reload the page. Okay, and then we can take a look at the web developer tools. So web developer tools, you can click on this button here, and then you can scroll down a bit. And we go to more tools, and then web developer tools. We can also use the keyboard shortcut Control-Shift-I. what they want us to do is they want us to take a look at the network tab. So inside of here, click on the network tab, and they want us to reload the page. So after that, reload the web page. And we see a lot of different web pages, well, a lot of different resources are loaded in. Okay, we'll talk about this. Refresh the page and see what requests are being made. It should look like something like this. Okay. Maybe full screen the browser with F11 will help. Could help. Ghost Loyalty, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Let me give that a try. Okay, so here in the web browser, we do full screen F11. That's a little better. It still doesn't look super great, but it's a little better. Okay, so we see here a bunch of resources that have been loaded in, like view account user ID equals 10. View account ID user equals 10. That's that tells me that we might have an IDOR situation here, because we can change this user ID number from 10 to whatever number we want. We'll talk about how we do that in just a sec. So let's take a look at the view account info request. Click on it and you will see the following. So we got user ID equals 10. In the above image, we see that user ID with the value of 10 was used for the request. If we click and expand on the responses tab, we can see that this user ID corresponds to our user. So response user ID for our user, nils. And yeah, so we can go over to the web app here, and we'll click on this, and we'll take a look at the request. No, we'll take a look at the response. So in the response, we get a bunch of JSON information with our user account information. So username, email, first name, last name. And so this is our user's information, and it's got a user ID of 10. If we're able to access the server, but give it a different user ID, we may be able to access other users' information, which would be not a great thing from a security standpoint. Okay, this tells us that the application is using our user ID as a reference for getting details. So let's see what happens when we change this. In the developer tools, navigate to the storage tab and expand the local storage dropdown on the left side and click on the URL inside of it. So this is referencing storage. So over in the web application, in the web developer tools here, and Goldfish the Bounty Hunter, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream, hello. We're gonna go over to the storage. So there's a bunch of tabs in here. Click on storage, then click on the local storage here. So we've got local storage for this website. Click on that. And we see that we've got a couple of items. We got our authorization token. So this is basically our session token that we use for this website. This lets us, this keeps us logged into the website. We also have this other cookie, which is called auth user. And this defines what type of information we're supposed to be looking at. So we can actually go in here and we can start messing around with the number. So 10 is our user number, but what if we look at 11? So we change that out and then we reload the page. Oh, I reloaded the entire thing. Wow, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, so let's use the keyboard shortcut Control F5. So now we're not the nils user, we're instead the test user, so test@test.com. So we can change this again to look at other users' info. So let's take a look at user 12. So plug in user ID 12 and then reload the page. Okay, now we're test@test.com. Let's try that one more time. So we'll change the user ID to 13, and then we'll reload the page again. Okay, now we're the bunny at badbunny.thm user. So obviously this is a vulnerability because we can see other user information. So we can see their vouchers, we can see which vouchers they have available to them for gifts. We can see the ones that they've used already. And if they have any children that they added to the system, we would see who their children are. So yeah, really bad stuff. So change the user ID to 11. Yeah. So in disguise, obvious references. Sometimes IDOR might not be as simple as a number. In certain cases, encoding may have been used. On the loaded profile, click on the eye icon next to the first child as shown in the image below. Okay, I think we need to go back to our original account for this. So we'll change our user ID to 10 again, and we'll reload the page. Okay, so we got children. We got Bilbo over here. We can click on the I, parent information, parent ID 10. Okay, so we got a bunch of potentially abusable stuff. XR says hacking all the things. We're trying to get through the Advent of Cyber Day 5 right now, which you can find over here. Okay, now go back to the network tab and take a look at the requests being made. You should see a request like this. So you should see something like this. Get something something. It's been base 64 encoded. That's funny. Okay, let's confirm this. So in the application, go to network. Oh, this is so hard to look at. Okay, so we saw something like this. So this so child ID 2, first name equals Bilbo, parent ID equals 10. We can manipulate this. We could probably manipulate this and look at other people's children, which sounds really bad, but you know, we're not actually looking at children, we're looking at data. Anyways. So simply put, mg equals is just the base 64 encoded version of the number 2. You could still perform IDOR using this request, but you would need to base 64 encode the number first. But in digest, the objects remain. So encoding isn't the only thing that you can use to hide potential IDOR vulnerabilities. Sometimes the values may look like a hash, such as MD5 or SHA-1. If you want to see what that would look like, take a look at the request that happens when you click on the edit icon next to a child. So the edit icon, let's do that. So let's go over to the edit icon. So edit, click on edit. Okay, so I think we're trying to pay attention to this right here. So this MD5 hash. No, we're supposed to pay attention to this other thing. What's the other thing? This right here. Okay, child ID number, and this looks like a hash. So it's probably something like an MD5 hash. This value, we're talking about this value right here. Oops. Let me go back. Sorry, but I need to reload this page. Oh, okay. So we're now looking at... Ah, okay. So it just opened this up. Okay. So while the string may look random, upon further investigation, you can see this is a type of hash. If we understand what value is used to generate the hash, we can perform an IDOR attack by simply replicating the hashing function. Using something like hash identifier can help you quickly understand which hashing algorithm is being used, and can often tell you what data is hashed. Okay, so we're just going to skip this section. It's deterministic, obviously reproducible. Sometimes you need to dig quite deep for IDOR. Sometimes IDOR is not as clear. Sometimes the IDOR stems from the actual algorithm being used. In this last case, let's take a look at our vouchers. While the values may look random, we need to investigate what algorithm was used to generate them. Their format looks like UUID, so let's use a website such as the UUID decoder to try to understand what UUID format is being used. So copy one of the vouchers to the website for decoding, and you should see something like this. So we're talking about the voucher values. So we're going to use the UUID application over here to take a look at the voucher values. Let me get one of them. So in here, yeah, let me full screen this. It's so hard to look at. Okay, so over here we've got our vouchers, and the vouchers are used for gifts in the application. I'm just going to grab one of the voucher values, and then we're going to plug it into the UUID identifier website. Okay, so if you suspect that something is a UUID, you could use a tool like this to get some information from it. So we're just going to click on Decode UUID. And this tells us that this UUID is UUID version 1, and it also indicates a time. So the contents are a time, which is a date stamp like this. So for example, 2025, October 8th, I think this is, and this is 8 o'clock, 8:56. Okay, so if we see that UUID was used to create these values for the vouchers, we could potentially identify other valid values for vouchers, and this could be used to defraud the website. Basically, redeem vouchers in the system by using an IDOR attack. Okay. So while these look completely random, we can see that UUID version 1 was used. The issue with UUID 1 is that if we know the exact date when the code is generated, we can recover the UUID. So for example, suppose we know that the elves always generated vouchers between 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock. In that case, we can create UUIDs for that entire time period, which we could use in a brute force attack to aim to recover a valid voucher and get more gifts. So now that we've seen the various IDORs that can be found, let's discuss how to fix them and avoid them. Improve design, obliterate risk. So now that we've learned what an IDOR is, let's discuss how to fix it. The best way to stop IDOR is to make sure that the server checks who is asking for the data every time. It is not enough to hide or change the ID number. The system must confirm that the logged-in user is authorized to see or change that information. Don't rely on tricks like base64 hashing the IDs. These can still be guessed or decoded. Instead, keep all the real permission checks on the server. When a request comes in, check, does this user own or have permission to view this item? Use random or hard-to-guess IDs for public links, but remember that random IDs alone don't make your app safe. Always test your app by trying to open another user's data and making sure it's blocked. Finally, record and monitor failed access attempts, as they can be early signs of somebody trying to abuse an IDOR. So, okay, let's answer the questions. So most of these questions are pretty easy. In this case, what does IDOR stand for? IDOR is Insecure Direct Object Reference. Okay. And which type of privilege escalations are most IDOR cases? And most of the time when you're using an IDOR attack, you're accessing somebody else's data, which is on the same level as you. So regular users. That's an example of horizontal privilege escalation. horizontal. Okay. So, using the IDOR found in the view accounts parameter, what is the user ID of the parent that has 10 children? So we actually need to do an IDOR attack now. We'll go back to here, and we'll take a look at the cookies. Quiz response: your answer would have been correct if you could spell. That's true. That's true. If you can't spell, you can't hack. So we're just going to go over to our web developer tools, and we're going to go over to our cookies in our storage. So storage, local storage. Oh, I'm not looking at the right storage. Okay, we'll click into here. We'll do F11. Sorry, the keyboard shortcut is Control-Shift-I. Okay, we go over to storage, local storage, and then we change our user ID. So to change the user ID, we can take a look at all sorts of users. We can take a look at user number 14, reload the page, and we see we get a user named Pickle Rick with some children. We're looking for a user that has 10 children. So let's go back in. And the answer is actually user number 15. If you do a lot of scrounging around. Okay, reload the page. And this user is named Sir Breeds a Lot. Sir Breeds a Lot at 10children.thm. I'm a bit iffy why THM decided to include this username. It seems a bit weird. But anyways, this is the user with 10 children. I guess the name kind of fits. And this is the user ID. So the user ID is number 15. Rick and Morty. Oh no, twin Mortys, of course. All right, let's go back to the challenge. So this is user 15. Okay, so we got a couple of bonus tasks. We'll do them just for fun. If you want to dive even deeper, use either the base64 MD5 child endpoint and try to find the ID number of the child born on 2019 April 17th. So we don't actually need to do an IDOR attack to do this, because the answer is on this page right here for user number 15. So it is 2019-04-17, and it's this user, this child right here named Willow. So we're looking for, what are they looking for? Try to find the ID number of the child. Okay, so the ID number of the child. Click on View Details. So let's see. Child ID 19, so that's the question. That's the answer here. I mean, I guess we could also look in the network tab here when we reload the page. Why does it look so bad? Okay, and we could click on any of these children. Say we click on Poppy, and then we see this one over here for this child. Response, Poppy, child ID 16, and we would go through this as an IDOR, but instead of this file, we would have to base64 encode all those numbers. So yeah, the answer is 19. Okay, let's go back. And the last one is actually kind of a little bit more difficult to do. So want to go even further? Using the parent voucher's claim endpoint, find the voucher that is valid on the 20th of November, 2025. Insider information tells you that the voucher was generated exactly on the minute, somewhere between 8 o'clock and 12 o'clock UTC that day, what is the voucher code? If you want to check your answer, click on the hint in the question. So this is what we're talking about when we're talking about these UUID numbers. So if you've got UUID version 1 and you've got an example, you can create other UUID numbers that correspond with different timestamps. And the way we can do it, I created a little script over here for day number 5. So full disclosure, I had the AI help me out with a script that creates UUID numbers. And I'm just going to grab this script. So I'll grab the script, I will go over to the attack box, which disconnected for some reason. Let's reload it up again. Okay, and we'll go into the terminal. In the terminal, we will create the Python script. Let's call it script.py. Okay, and we'll paste in the script. So the script is, it basically takes an example UUID, and then it can create other UUIDs for the time window that was specified. So between on November 20th, 2025, between 8 o'clock and 12 o'clock inclusive, it will create all of these timestamps and create the corresponding UUID numbers. So we will save out the script and we will run the script like this. Okay, so it creates all the UUID numbers associated with these timestamps. So for each minute between 8 o'clock and 12 o'clock. So what we want to do is we want to try figuring out which one of these are valid on the web system, on the web application rather. So we're going to run the script, and then we're just going to get the UUID values over here with the cut command. So cut D by space, return field 3, and that only gets these values here. Okay, and after that we can create a list called list.txt by redirecting into it. So now we've got a list over here that has all the UUID values. We're going to try to figure out which ones are valid. And in order to do that, we need to use Burp Suite. We'll start up Burp Suite and we'll capture a request. After we capture a request with Burp Suite, we can use the FFUF tool to brute force this IDOR attack and figure out which of these voucher values are valid. But you know what? Before we do this attack, I think I'm not going to leave this part in the YouTube video. So I'm just going to finish off the YouTube video by doing this. Okay, so all we need to do now is click on the checkboxes over here, and then we're finished. All right, everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for day number 5 of the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber event for 2025. IDOR, Santa's little IDOR. Everybody, if you liked this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Hey, CEO Villain, hello, nice to see you here on YouTube. We're live. It's just I'm creating YouTube videos right now. Thank you very much for understanding. Okay, let's go back. So here, let's start up Burp Suite, and we're going to record a request when we try to validate our vouchers. Bit008 says I used Python to make the request. Used Python to make the requests. Are you talking about for the brute force attack? I mean, you could. You could. I prefer to use a tool instead. if I can, like, you know, FFUF. So the burp suite on attack box is a little bit a little tougher to use because you have to change around some of the settings. And the proxy has intercept on by default, which is not what I like. Yeah, for brute force on the UIDs. For sure, for sure. Okay, so we're starting up the Burp Suite browser right now. And so in the Burp Suite browser, we need to make a request to validate one of the vouchers. Oh, didn't want to do that. So we can do that over here. Let me just log into the website first. So we'll log into the website with the Burp Suite browser, which is this one, Chromium. Just paste that in. We're going to log in with our username and password, so Nils, and password TryHackMe number 2025. Okay, and what we're going to do here is we're just going to try to add a voucher. So claim voucher, we're going to click on that, and we're going to do voucher code fuzz. Why fuzz? Because we're going to be using fuzz as a keyword inside of the FFUF program. Okay, voucher not found. That's fine. So now that we've got the request recorded, we're going to go to the Burp Suite in HTTP history. You can see a post request to API parents vouchers claim. And this is all the information for making this request. We could pass this off to the repeater. What we want to do is we want to save this request, all the information here, so that we can do our fuzzing attack. Right-click, select copy the file, and then we'll call this request.txt. This will save it to the root directory. So after that, we have two files here. We've got our request.txt file with all of the request information to the server, and we also have our list.txt file with all of our UUIDs, which we're going to try to brute force. So the way we would run that FFUF command is like this. I've got it in my notes. Good old notes. If you want to take a look at the same document, it's over here. Okay, it is this FFUF command. Yeah, I mean, it's good to have a number of different ways you can perform these kind of attacks. So we do FFUF, we give it the request information in the request.txt file we created in Burp Suite, and then we give our list.txt file with all of the UUIDs, and then we want to figure out which ones don't give us the 404 request. So when we run the command, we see that there's one UUID that returns status 200, which means it's valid. And it's this one over here. So if we go over to the answer, oh, you know what? Let me reset this. If we go over to the answer in task number 2, okay, and click on this. So the answer is this right here, 22643 something something. I'm going to copy this, and we'll just we'll compare this answer with the thing that we got from the server when we ran FFUF. So we'll just run this command, and we'll grep for the correct answer value here. Why did that not go through? Let's try that again. copy that. Huh, why does it not want to copy over? That's weird. But anyways, okay, let's just compare it. Okay, so this is what we got. And we'll compare it against what's in the clipboard. And it's the same thing. Actually, let's just copy this. And then we'll go over to the TryHackMe webpage. And we'll compare it over here. Wait. I'll paste this into here, okay? And then I will go to the TryHackMe page. Then I'll copy this. And then I'll paste this in. So these two values are the same, so we managed to get the answer over here. Okay, so we've got one more task that we're going to be doing in today's live stream. And let's go ahead and do some OSINT. So I haven't done any OSINT in a long time, but we'll talk about what OSINT is first. So OSINT stands for Open Source Intelligence. It's basically gathering information from publicly available sources. So most of the time when we talk about OSINT, we're talking about internet search. But historically, you could also get information from newspapers, you can get stuff from libraries, you can get stuff from, I don't know, microfiche, something. Anyways, Control-Shift-V. But anyways, well, let's set it up. Let's set up for today's task. Sorry, not today's task, but the last task of today. We'll put 2 hours. Yeah, we'll put 2 hours on the clock, and we'll see if we can complete the TryHackMe room in 2 hours. Okay, and so this is the room we're doing over here. It's called 7 Minutes on the Seine. CPU, are you on day 5? We just completed day 5. If you go back in the stream, you should be able to catch day 5. So this is an OSINT challenge. This time I'm not going to be using. I don't think we need to use the attack box in this case because we're doing OSINT stuff. But yeah, what you need to do is you just need to join the room and then we can start. So we're doing topic 4 right now. CPU says, I have a question. Can I connect to day 5 with SSH if my attack box 1 hour time limit expired? Yeah, you should be able to. Hold on. Let me try to get that answer for you. So day 5. Hold on, I should have yeah, it's over here. Let me grab that link. So this is the link we're talking about. They don't give you any credentials, do they not? Okay, introduction. Quit out of this. Do I need to start the attack box today? Yes. Do I need to start a VM today? Yes. Oh, you don't need SSH. You don't need SSH for this. Okay, so CPU ID. This is what you need to do. You just need to start up the target machine, and then after the target machine is done, they'll give you an address under here. So credentials, they've got the IP address website. You just need to plug this in. So you can use this stuff if you're connected via OpenVPN. You should be able to access this machine. You just need the address. You don't need to. These credentials are not for SSH. They're for the web application. No, you do need to be connected to the servers. You do need to be connected to the server, and then from your own machine, you would go over to this address. Yeah, you just need to have the OpenVPN key connected. But yeah, good luck with that. Okay, let's get out of here. And you know what? I've got way too many of these tabs open. They kind of bother me a bit. Gotta close this stuff up. Okay, so we're doing 7 minutes on the Seine, and if you want to join us, that's the link. So let's do some OSINT. So task 1 is Seine incident. Oh wow. Oh, we need to use the attack box. That's funny. I didn't think we would need to. But you know what? We'll access this through OpenVPN instead. So we've got a connection over here. So we just run OpenVPN on with our key. And usually the interface for OpenVPN connections are the *0 interface. So you'll know that you're connected. What is this stuff? You'll know that you're connected if you type in IPA in your machine, and there's a *0 interface, and you also have an IP address. So these are indications that you're connected to the network. Okay, so let's start the machine for task 1. Okay, let me exit the split view. We don't need to see this. I mean, I've got an attack box on right now. Maybe I should shut it off. Let's go ahead and do that. Terminate machine. Okay. So what's going on? So in the early hours, a crew in high-vis vests breached the Galerie d'Apollon inside the Louvre. Security feeds went dark, and 7 minutes later, the team disappeared towards the river. So this is a real case. Some people robbed the museum. I don't actually know very much about this, but it was a really big thing in, like a couple months ago. You're the first analyst on call. Your mission is to reconstruct the details of the heist using open source intelligence and online reports. The museum is under pressure, international alerts are spreading, and the press is already digging for answers. Okay. Click on Start Machine and access the portal via this link to get started. Note that the machine may take 2 to 3 minutes to initialize. What is the value of the flag? We don't know, but there's a link. Okay, let me copy the link. I don't know if anybody else would be able to see this. Okay, so interesting. So they just have like a website here. Investigation questions. Which museum entrance by name is on the riverside? Which museum entrance by name is on the riverside lines up where the ladder truck was positioned? Give the entrance name and the official closure date for that entrance as stated by the museum. Okay, some entrance. So we need to research our answers. I mean, we could Google search this. We could use the AI as well. But you know, we don't want to overly rely on the AI first. We'll try like a regular Google search first. So we're looking for Louvre Museum entrance. Louvre Museum entrance and on the riverside. Probably the AI will give you answers from scraping some write-up. The AI doesn't need to scrape some write-up. The AI can scrape like the dozens of news stories because this is a real case. The Louvre Museum was robbed by people in high-vis vests. It was really big news on the riverside. So the Louvre riverside entrance is the Porte de Lyon. Porte de Lyon, okay, on the south side of near the Seine River. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is we need to figure out when it was closed. Give the official entrance name and the official closure date for that entrance as stated by the museum. Okay, so we would just look up Porte de Lyon. Closure date. Closure date. It's a box about a recent robbery. Yeah, that's true. The Porte de Lyon gate at the Louvre Museum typically reopens regular closures. Key points for planning, seasonal changes, best source. Maybe this is not the right one. Following its usual seasonal closure, but it can vary. It's an entrance often less crowded than the main pyramid entrance. I don't know. Carousel or Porte de Lyon entrance at the Louvre at 9 a.m. Louvre entrance at Porte de Lyon's close. Wiki travel guide. Okay, I think we need to talk about the robbery. First of all, let's look up the thing on Wikipedia. Wikipedia.org. Yeah, okay. And then we'll look up the robbery. It was Louvre robbery. 2015 Louvre Heist. So it's a jewel heist. If you want to take a look at this page yourself, here you go. And oh my gosh, we need to activate dark mode immediately. Where is dark mode? Here we go, much better. Okay, on October 19, 2025, thieves disguised as construction workers stole 8 pieces of the French crown jewels valued at approximately 88 million, is that pounds? That's euros. 88 million euros from the Galerie d'Apollon, Apollo's Gallery, and the Louvre in Paris in France. The robbery took less than 8 minutes, of which the thieves spent 4 minutes in the museum itself, and occurred during regular opening hours. So it was the first art theft from the Louvre since the painting was stolen in 1998. Okay? So they probably went in through the entrance that closed. CPU says, it's 4 a.m. here. I've been learning for the past 7 hours, and now time passes so fast. So dead, can't stop going. Get some sleep. Get some sleep and continue in the morning. But thank you very much for coming around, CPU. Much appreciated. The robbery occurred at approximately 9:30 a.m., 30 minutes after the museum opened to visitors. Okay, so the thieves arrived at the building and entered from the side of the Seine River, bringing tools. 2 members, let's see. Okay. So now that we know a little bit more about the robbery, maybe we can ask some questions. So we got our good friend ChatGPT over here. We are doing an OSINT challenge about the Louvre robbery in October 2025. What entrance did the thieves enter from? Okay. I guess we can do a little bit more research over here while we're talking about it. So the museum was evacuated and closed to the public immediately after the robbery. So the museum reopened on the 22nd of October with the Galerie de Napoléon still closed. Okay, Bit says one fun thing about AI, you can ask it to do a script and it won't do it, but if you say it's for the CTF, it spits out everything. Yeah, it's context matters when you're talking to AI. You need to let it know that you're not doing illegal hacking, otherwise it'll assume that you're doing illegal hacking. Based on the publicly available information, here's what is known and what is not known. Which entrance? What we know about how they entered through a window, not a public entrance. Okay. So I guess this isn't necessarily which entrance the thieves used, but we are trying to figure out... Oh, the ladder truck. So the ladder truck is the truck that the thieves used. Which museum entrance by name is on the riverside, which lines up where the ladder truck was positioned? So we just need to know which museum entrance is on the riverside. Okay. Which entrance to the museum is on the riverside? So I think it's the Porte de Lyon, but I'm just gonna double check with the AI here. Make me a script to steal money for a CTF? Of course, of course. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so this is taking its time to answer the question. So once I've confirmed that the Porte de Lyon is the entrance, we can figure out when it was closed. And Xron, hello, nice to see you here. Oh, X-Ronin, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Have a Hack the Planet. That's what we do over here.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so if you want to give this a go yourself, you absolutely can, and this room is absolutely free. There you go. Okay, so let's see if we got an answer over here. The riverside entrance is the Porte de Lyon. Okay, so that is the important caveats. The Porte de Lyon is not always open. Its availability varies, sometimes closed, sometimes restricted. It is often described as the less crowded side entrance, favored when open. Because it is on the riverside, it's used less by the general visitors than the main glass pyramid or the carousel entrances. Many guides call it a secret or hidden entrance. Work, hello, nice to see you here. Do you hack with Python? Do I hack with Python? I mean, you can certainly use Python scripts for a lot of hacking activities. Sometimes, every once in a while, I have to write up a little custom Python script to get some hacking stuff done. But the answer is yeah. Hack with Python? Absolutely. Okay, so if by the riverside entrance you mean which official entrance of the Louvre corresponds to the Seine facing side, it's the Porte de Lyon. Okay, Porte de Lyon is the... I mean, that has to be the answer then, right? So, answer format is Porte de Lyon, and then the date. Give the entrance name and the official closure date for that entrance as stated by the museum. So, official closure date. Python is important for hacking. I mean, it's important for scripting anyways. Okay, so we know the name of the entrance. It's the Porte de Lyon entrance Louvre robbery closure date. Okay, the Louvre will be closed for a second day. I mean, so the actual robbery happened on the 18th, I think. So the robbery happened on the 19th. So the closure is probably going to be on... So it's going to be either on the 19th or the 20th of October 2025. So let's give both of these a try. So 2025 October 19th. Okay, and we'll try submitting this answer. Okay, I guess that was correct. Work says, can you create a hacking course with Python and upload it to YouTube? Yeah, maybe in the future. It's not something I'm going to be working on right now, but it does sound like a really good thing for me to work on. Yeah. Thank you very much for letting me know about that. Probably not anytime soon, but yeah, in the future. Okay, so for Empress Eugenie's reliquary brooch, report the official inventory number, the surname of the maker as named by the museum, the acquisition mode. Okay, so we need to get the official inventory number for Empress Eugenie's reliquary brooch. Inventory number. Guess other people have been asking about this. Key details. Inventory. While it was item number 5 in the historical auction catalog, so what about these inventory numbers then? French crown jewels. How would we find this out? Galerie de Panthéon. Inventory number. Okay, so they each have their own inventory. To find an inventory number, identify the object. Decide if you're looking for a specific crown jewel or a hardstone vessel. Visit the collections. Use keywords like Galerie de Panthéon, crown jewels, or the object's number to find the specific thing. So... okay. It might be in these kind of documents here. Thank you very much, Eric Ekori. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Okay, we got sculptures, we've got So we can search on the website here. Maybe searching the website is the way to go. So Empress Eugenie's reliquary brooch. We don't see anything here. So these were like French crown jewels, right? So the things were stolen. The reliquary brooch and a large corsage bow brooch and the tiara of Empress Eugenie de Montijo. Let's take a look at that. Okay, so it's not the brooch itself, but the actual person. Of course it's not there. It's no longer there. Why would you keep inventory? I mean, that's a good question. Work says I started building a website and I want to learn about the site's security vulnerabilities and how to fix them. And I'm so happy that you're posting a live hack. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't hack anybody's website because you know that kind of stuff is usually kind of dodgy. I can only hack stuff that people have. I can only hack stuff on education platforms without worrying about it. Okay, compute module. So stolen items are these things. Where's the brooch? There's a bow, there's a tiara. The reliquary brooch, a large corsage bow brooch, and the tiara. So the bow is actually the brooch we're talking about here. So this thing. Okay, so this is the brooch that was stolen. So how do we figure it out? Is it this number right here? No, this is just the number of the JPEG. Okay, John Aaron Castro. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? We're just doing some investigation. So title, object, date, medium, collection, accession, Department of Decorative Arts of the Louvre. Is this the number here? Accession number? Object history, place of creation, authority file. Department of Decorative Arts of the Louvre. OA... this thing, huh. Let's double check. Curatorial Department of the Louvre. So, I mean, this is probably our best guess for like an inventory number. So OA, or I mean, maybe just the number without the OA. Frankfurt asks, what are you investigating? So we're just doing an interactive room from TryHackMe that talks about the French museum robbery that happened in October. Once again, I can give everybody the room that we're looking at over here. Work says, I'm from Iran and interested in your work. My English is poor. I apologize if I made any spelling mistakes. No worries, no worries. Okay, John Aaron says, I'm currently a computer science student. I'm learning how to be an ethical hacker. No worries. Do you use Vim/Emacs? That's a good question. I generally don't do a lot of word processing. Most of the time, when I edit files, I'm usually editing using the Nano editor. The reason why I use the Nano editor is because, first of all, I don't do a lot of coding, and second of all, I usually try to teach a text editor that's very easy for beginners to use, and that's why I use Nano. I mean, if I'm using Vim, the first thing I need to remember is I have to remember to type the I key to to start typing stuff. Then I have to hit the escape key if I want to save and quit. So I don't know, escape and then :Q, :Q exclamation point. There you go. U2004, hello. Am I stream sniping? What do you define as stream sniping? Frankfurt 7645. Yeah, I mean everybody can use whatever text editor they want to. Let's see. John Aaron says script kitty, haha. What are we talking about? Frankfurt says, so hacking does not require much coding? Fascinating. Here's what I tell people. So this is, yeah, hacking and coding is kind of a complicated relationship. So let's talk about it very briefly. Hacking and coding. You don't need to learn how to code to do hacking. A lot of hackers, well, to begin with, to start, you can use a lot of well-known tools to hack and do security testing. Okay, let's bring everything in here. So as you continue your hacking journey, you will hit a glass ceiling for what you can do. So to push past the glass ceiling, you'll need to learn coding. Okay, and John Aaron says, you can use other hackers' tools to hack if you don't know how to code. Well, I mean, when you're doing web app hacking in particular, most of the people who do web app hacking, they just use Burp Suite. They just use Burp Suite. They generally don't need to code using anything else. They just use this tool. They use Burp Suite. They scan the thing. They identify vulnerabilities. They report the vulnerabilities. You can do all of the attacks without needing to know any code. You just get the tools to run the attacks for you. Of course, it is better if you know how to code, especially if you know how to code in PHP or JavaScript, HTML stuff, CSS, very, very basic stuff to understand how web pages work. But you absolutely don't need to. Well, especially it depends on your specialty as well. So, who needs to know how to code? According to specialty, needs to know a lot of programming. Needs to know a bit of programming. Doesn't need to know programming. Okay, did you make a good income from hacking and security? I mean, you can make a pretty good. You can make a pretty good income from doing security testing. Needs to know a lot of programming. So if you're going to be doing malware development, you need to know a lot of programming. If you're going to do reverse engineering, you need to know a lot about programming. As for knowing a bit about programming, I mean, this probably falls into the neighborhood of like network security testers, people who doesn't need to know programming. You can lump in people like SOC analysts. Don't necessarily need to know programming. Forensic investigators. don't necessarily need to know very much about programming. What other, let's see, what other specialties do we have here? So malware development and binary hackers, reverse engineers, these are the people that need to know the most about programming to get their job done. You can't even begin to do this stuff without knowing something about the programming languages, especially low-level ones when you're doing malware development and reverse engineering. But yeah, if you have any other questions about that, let me know. I'll try to answer your questions as best I can. Let's go back to our challenge. So we were trying to figure out the inventory number for this thing, for this brooch. So we're guessing that it might be this. Let's go back. So the inventory number and then the maker. The official inventory number, the surname of the maker as named by the museum. So who made this thing? I think it might be in the same document here. So the artist is Francois Kramer. So Kramer is the second thing we need to put in. So this one, Kramer. Do you have a Discord server? Yeah, we've got a Discord server. Let me get you the Discord server. There you go. Use uppercase, no accent, spaces as underscores. Oh, uppercase only? Okay, sure. Kramer. Mode. The acquisition mode and year. Assigned, purchased, and year. What the heck do they mean by mode? Let's take a look at that document. So there's a date. Acquisition mode. We got the photograph. Object history, unknown event, Louvre robbery. Object type is bijou, jewelry. Dimensions, collection. Oh, interesting. Louvre inventory. So the inventory is here. They've got all the items, but so we could potentially take a look at the brooch here, right? Brooch. How do you spell that thing? This is a corsage. No. Object of art. Okay, so let's just double check to see if this is the correct number. So OA 12238. One, two, two. Have they really removed this thing from the inventory because it was stolen? I guess that makes a lot of sense. Okay. Well, let's just assume that this is the correct inventory number. So what do they want? They want the acquisition mode in the year. So assigned, purchased, assigned/purchased plus year. I think everything should be on in this document here. So place of creation, Paris. So it was, this was like, I'm guessing that this particular piece of jewelry was, what is the word? Commissioned. Because it was created by this guy called, Francois Kramer. So the date is from 1855. Current location, accession number, place of creation, object history, references. I kind of... I wonder if there are any hints for this. The Queen Reliquary Brooch, the way in. And Ronan, thank you. Thank you for the potential document here. Thank you. So collections, Louvre. This is the brooch. Principal number MB1024. Brooch dite. Okay, I can't pronounce French. So is this the same brooch though? I mean, I guess what we should do is we should translate this page because it's in French. Translate page from French to English. Okay, reliquary pin. $1855. Hold on, I need to play some new music. How about some of this? History, okay. Executed by Alfred Bapst for Empress Eugenie, former collection of this. Acquisition date. Date of assignment. Acquisition details. Assigned to the Louvre. 1887. So, I mean, I guess I was looking at the wrong document this entire time. Alright, let's go back. So 1887, in this case it was made by somebody else. It was made by Bapst. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much for the Canada love. Thank you. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is we need to get the official inventory number. We should be able to get the inventory number from here, right? Main number MV1024. Let's see if that... Cypher says, is it discrimination if an employer won't take unemployed candidates? What? Unemployed candidates? Is it discrimination? I guess it really depends on where you're from. In some countries it might be discrimination. In other countries not. But yeah, which country are you talking about? The surname of the maker, as described in the museum. Okay, here it is. The acquisition mode and year. So assigned / purchased plus year. So this was executed, right? Registration, physical characteristics, date, period, date of establishment. Acquisition details. So it was acquired, right? Acquired / assigned. Nighthawk says, however, if you can prove they knowingly hired one unemployed candidate, you can argue that is not the condition they used, and then try to map it to a protected class. Map it to a protected class. I mean, I'm not sure. Surname of the maker, acquisition mode and year. Okay, so this was assigned to the Louvre. Okay, and then the item's current location status on its record. Location status on its record. So the record is I guess we need to put a couple of letters here. So the MV is the main number for the inventory. And the current location, right? Location of object, current rental, unexposed. So location of object is unexposed. Let's see, Cypher says they got around it by who is your current employer? Space cannot be empty on online applications. It seems wrong. Who is your current employer? Space cannot be empty. Well, I mean, you can fill it in. You can fill it in, you can put something there. Whether or not they accept that you're not putting in like a actual, yeah, self-employed could work. Okay, so let's try submitting the answer. Uh-oh, I don't know if this is actually correct or not. International alert. Okay, two of the stolen pieces received Interpol reference IDs on the public poster / database. What are the Interpol reference IDs for the sapphire diadem of Queens Marie Amélie and Hortense and the reliquary brooch? So the answer format is reference 1 and then reference 2. So Interpol reference IDs. Interpol reference number. And what are we talking about? Sapphire diadem of this. Of Queen Marie Amélie and Hortense. That's the first one. Okay, so alright, so we've got some sort of Interpol link over here. Interpol poster. Ah, okay, this is good. This has got both of them. How do we scroll? There a place to scroll on this thing? Here it is. Let's see. So we're looking for the reliquary brooch, right? Spaceface Raptor. That's a fun username. Spaceface Raptor. What distro are you using? Do you run Linux as your daily driver? Yeah. Hello, Spaceface Raptor. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Hack the Planet just for you?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
So generally on stream, I'm using Kali Linux. So Kali Linux, the quote-unquote latest version of it. As for Linux as a daily driver, I use Linux on a daily basis. I wouldn't call it my daily driver. I'm still running on top of Windows, but I'm pretty comfortable using Linux. I'm about as comfortable using Linux as I am using Windows at this point. Okay, we're looking for the Interpol reference IDs for the Sapphire Diadem. So the Sapphire Diadem is which one? This one. Okay, let me write down. So it's 2025/359.1. Okay, so that's the first one. And the second one is the reliquary brooch. So the reliquary brooch is this one. I mean, it's the same number, but it's .5 instead. Okay, we'll submit this answer. Okay, so given the title, give the title inventory number and dimensions of the central ceiling painting in the Galerie d'Apollon. Answer format is title inventory number dimensions. Title, ceiling painting, Galerie d'Apollon. And we're going to be the title, right? So the ceiling painting in the Galerie d'Apollon is a magnificent gilded vault featuring the series of paintings centered on the sun god Apollo and culminating in Eugene Delacroix's masterpiece Apollo Slaying the Python. So Apollo Slaying the Python is the name of it, right? I get the feeling I should be doing this in all caps. Okay, and then the inventory number. What is the inventory number for the ceiling for the ceiling painting? That's kind of funny. I guess we could go back to this over here. Who gave us this handy dandy link? That's Ronan. Thank you, Ronan. Thank you again. Okay, so let's try the Apollo Python. I guess the other thing we would do is we would figure out okay, so I mean this is this the English version of the site? So the name of the piece is what? Apollo. So nothing is found here. Let's try the French name. Okay, so we've got a bunch of Apollo-related stuff. Oh, there's a lot of Apollo-related stuff. Okay, we probably want to get the name of this in French. Apollo slaying the Python. This is the name of the painting. Hold on, copy this. We'll look it up in Wikipedia. Santer, hello, nice to see you here. Nice to see you still here. Galerie de Apollon. Okay, so let's locate. So decorated ceiling at the Apollo Society, Apollo Gallery. Yeah. Is there an entry for the painting? Let's try asking the AI. What is this painting called in French? So the French title of Apollo slaying the Python is Apollon terrassant le Python. I'm sorry to any French speakers who are offended by my horrible French. Let's see, Layra Tirma, hello, nice to see you here. Did you do the Great Despairing Act on THM? I started it. I started the Great Despairing Act on TryHackMe. I wasn't able to finish it. I was getting ready to do the brute force attack. The brute force attack to log in as the security guard, but I wasn't able to get that to work. Onion Vuln, hello, nice to see you here. What are you doing? So we're doing an OSINT challenge. I'll let you know what OSINT challenge in just a sec. They don't have it here. So the OSINT challenge we're doing is called 7 Minutes on the Seine. And it's basically an OSINT challenge that's centered around the museum robbery. The museum robbery over in the Louvre Museum that happened in October. Social media, Instagram handle. I don't have an Instagram. I do have a Discord. And we do have a Reddit. Okay, and what are we looking at now? So we're looking for the inventory number. So, I mean, I guess we could just look this up. Apollo slaying the Python inventory number. It's probably not going to be able to get this. Inventory number depends on the specific artwork, as the subject has been depicted in many artists. Okay. Here are the inventory numbers for some of the notable works. So this is Eugenie Delacroix is the original painter, right? Is the painter, right? And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Palachenki. Pala, I'm not too sure how to pronounce that name. But welcome in, and thank you very much for subscribing. Loved your side quest 1 write-up methodology. Side quest 1 write-up methodology. I mean, the important thing to figure out when you're doing that challenge is figuring out like which ones of those web servers are associated with which parts of the challenge, because the challenge is like 5 different steps. Okay, so the centerpiece is Apollo Slays the Python by Eugene Delacroix. So this thing right here, it's actually a pretty nice looking painting. That's pretty cool. We need to figure out what this inventory number is. So the Louvre Museum painting is INV 3818. Let's give this a go. INV, oh, it's not INV in this case. This is, oh, it is INV. Okay. And the dimensions of this thing. So the last thing we need to do is get the dimensions of the painting. That should be pretty easy. Apollo Slaying the Python dimensions. The dimensions of Apollo Slaying the Python vary greatly as it is the subject of numerous artworks. Here are the dimensions for some prominent examples. So Eugene Delacroix's mural. Okay, this is the Louvre Museum. So are we doing meters? Do they want meters or do they want feet? They probably want meters. So 9 meters by 10 meters. Okay, so this is 8 meters by 7.5 meters. 8 by 7.5. Okay, we'll submit that as the answer. They're letting us submit the answers, but they're not telling us if these are correct or not. Okay, what bridge lies directly south of the riverside nearest the aforementioned entrance? Lies directly to the south of the riverside. Nearest the aforementioned entrance. So we're talking about the... So the first entrance that entrance we're talking about is the Porte des Lions. And just to make sure that this is all in the same format, let's make this capitalized. Okay, so the last thing is the bridge name. Bridge name. So we need to get a map of... I wonder if I can get a map without exposing my information. How about Google Earth? So Google Earth, we have to go to Paris. Actually, let's just look up the Louvre Museum. Louvre. Louvre Museum, Paris, France. Let's go there. Okay, here we are at the Louvre Museum. And what are we looking for? So this is the Seine River. And we're looking for a bridge, right? So I mean there are two bridges here. We're talking about the entrance though. So the entrance is the Porte de Lyon. See if I can look that up. Porte de Lyons. Historical monument landmark in Paris, France. I mean, is it here? Or is it somewhere else entirely? Ah, okay. So this is the Lion's Gate. So the Porte de Lyon, and they're looking for... What bridge lies directly south of the riverside near the aforementioned bridge directly south? So here's the entrance directly south. I mean, I don't really see a bridge unless we're talking about this thing. So what is this bridge then? This is really laggy. Let's see if we can zoom in a little bit. Oh, wow. Actually, maybe we can get a map of Paris. Map of Paris. Map of Paris, Louvre. Okay, so this might be it. Let's take a look. Ah, this doesn't have everything labeled though. Okay, this might be better. Okay, map of French regions, map of Paris, Louvre. Can we make this bigger? Oh, we can't look at it. Download image? Oh, we need to log into Pinterest. Okay, never mind. Let's take a look. Ooh, I can't read that. Okay. Nice. I see some bridge names. Okay, so we got I think the Lion's Gate is right here. And they're talking about south, so it has to be Pont des Arts. Pont des Arts? Pont des Arts. Okay, we'll submit this investigation report and see if it actually is what they're looking for. Oh, we got everything wrong. We got this right. Everything else we got wrong. Huh. So we need to go back and we need to change our answers. So the way in, let's go back to the beginning. Which museum entrance by name is on the riverside Porte de Lyon. I don't know if they want the English names or the French names. So it's entrance name and then the closure date. So the closure date might be wrong. So it's either going to be the 20th or the 19th in this case. Still not correct. Okay, let's try asking the AI if we could get a clue for this. In the event of the Louvre robbery, was the Porte de Lyon entrance open at that time? October in numbers? Well, I mean, they gave us an example. The example they gave us was some entrance and then January. So it's not October in numbers for this case. Okay, let's see what we got back. I couldn't find any reliable public source confirming that the Porte de Lyon's entrance was open at the time of the robbery. In fact, available coverage strongly suggests that the thieves did not use a normal visitor entrance at all. The thieves entered via a truck-mounted lift placed against the Seine-facing facade of the building. From there, they accessed a balcony upper floor window to get into the museum. Okay, so police and museum statements describe it as a window break-in, not an entry. The museum has not publicly released a floor plan showing which entrances were open to visitors. It is theoretically possible some side entrances are open. No, there is no indication that the Porte de Lyon or any official entrance was open or used during the robbery. Okay, so in our investigation here, which museum entrance by name is on the riverside and lines up where the ladder truck was positioned? So we've come to the conclusion that the Porte de Lyon is is the entrance we're talking about. So the official closure date, entrance name and official closure date. So Porte de Lyon, official closure date. Let's look it up. Porte I don't know if it's typically yeah. I mean, what other entrances are there? There are no other entrances that fit the description, because the description says that it's a riverside entrance. So I guess we could ask, I guess the other thing we could do is we could ask another thing that we could ask is whether or not all of these names are supposed to be in French or in English. Because the stuff that we submitted here, everything has been in French. Maybe they're looking for English names. So it's either Porte de Lyon or the Lion's Gate. Why is this going so slow? Oh, hold on. I probably need to update my my machine time. Expires in 52 minutes. Okay, let's add an hour. Okay, let's go back in. And let's put on some music. So investigation questions, we only got one of them right. The Queen's reliquary brooch, the way in. Give the entrance name and the official closure date for that entrance. So some entrance, Lion's Gate. Stated by, okay, so official museum statement. Porte de Leon. Closure date. Museum statement. Word that it'd be in English. I have no idea. Okay. It is often used for specific events with major news mentioning staff strikes and major jewel heist. Major jewel heist. Key points not permanently closed. Recent issues 2025. The Louvre had a staff strike in June and a major heist in 2025. Leading to temporary closures and security changes. Okay, Lion Gate. So it's just singular lion, not multiple lions. There isn't a specific official closure date for the Porte de Leon in the official statements. So I'm guessing that it would be Hype Screams. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Welcome, welcome. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some, I don't know, how about some desert frog? It's the cutest frog in the world. Okay, we'll go back. So, Lion Gate. And we'll try this. Nope, still doesn't want to accept this. This is tough. We'll try some of these other ones. So the Bridge to Nowhere. Is there a bridge called Bridge to Nowhere? Which bridge lies directly south of the riverside nearest the aforementioned entrance? So if we're... What are the names of the different entrances? Because there's only one entrance that's on the riverside. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube Split. Thank you. Okay, so Louvre entrance map. Let's take a look. Wow, that's really small. Okay, so all four entrances to the Louvre explained. So the pyramid entrance is here. This is the main door. The Carousel de Louvre, which is another entrance. There is the Passage Richelieu, otherwise known as the Porte de Richelieu. And then there's the Port of Lions, the Portes de Lions. Huh. Wait, what is the official name? Maybe I misspelled this. Porte... No? Wait, is it, Okay, okay. That my next question is... Port... Or... Which one is it? It's Porte des Lions. Temporary closed. Well, it's not open right now. Okay, that kind of tracks. So it's definitely... Yeah, I'm not sure which spelling we should be using. It does not want to accept this stuff. As for the official closure date, I don't get anything. The other thing we need to understand is the bridge. So the bridge, the Porte de Lyon is here. There are two bridges. There's the Pont du Carrousel, and there's the Pont des Arts. And assuming that this is north, there's no... Assuming that this is north, there's no bridge that's directly south. Unless we're talking about something that's not... that's located much farther away. Let's try asking the AI some more questions. Which bridge lies to the south of the Porte de Lyon in Paris, in the Louvre, Paris? Let's see if it can give us an answer for this. So we can probably... The ladder truck was positioned like along the same side as the Seine River. Actually, you know what? How about we look up a map of the robbery? Louvre... October robbery map. Louvre Heist map. We got one over here, maybe? Oh. So yeah, it was here. So if we're here and we're talking about a bridge that is directly to the south, we're either talking about a bridge that is way, way far away, which I don't think this is what they're looking for, or they're talking about this bridge right here, the Pont des Arts. Because if they're talking about the ladder over here, this is right by this entrance, which is called the Lion's Gate. Okay, let's see what the AI has to say. The bridge directly south of the Louvre's Porte de Lions is the Pont Royal. The Porte de Lions entrance is on the south facade of the Louvre, facing the Seine along the Quai François Mitterrand. When you look directly to the south of the entrance across the river, the nearest bridge is Pont Royal. Wait. Let's go back. Pont Royal? Let me give it a try. So the bridge is here. Pont Royal. This is correct. So Pont Royal is the bridge. International alert thing is correct. The way in, we still don't have this. We don't know when the thing closed. I'm very, very sure that this is the entrance we're looking for. But we need to figure out what the date is. So Louvre. Louvre, October 2025. Porte de Lions. Closure. Okay, the Louvre Porte de Lions entrance was expected to reopen around December 3rd. So it's likely to open. It's likely to open in October 2025. What? We're looking for the official closure date, though. So when did it close last? So, I mean, it says here January 5th, 2024. I don't know, let's just put this as the date. Maybe it's correct. No idea. '05 January 2024. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, still have no idea what the heck they're talking about there. Okay, let's work on the other questions. So we've got the ceiling over here. Give the title, inventory number, and dimensions of the central ceiling painting in the Galerie d'Apollon. So the format is title, inventory number, dimensions. So the one thing I'm not... So they accepted French names for this answer, Pont Royal. So I wonder if everything else has to be French. So Apollo slaying the Python in French is called something else. I think I asked the question over here. Apollon terrassant le Python. Let's give this a go. Okay, and see if this works. Nope. Nope. So the other thing that we might be missing right here is the proper dimensions. Okay, so that's 800 centimeters by 750 centimeters, but this doesn't translate into meters correctly. So we're talking about the one by Eugene Delacroix. It still says 800 centimeters by 750 centimeters. And we've got the French Wikipedia article over here. Why is this taking so long to load? So the other thing that we need to identify is whether or not we have the right painting. So central ceiling painting in the Galerie d'Apollon. You know, just for fun, let's see if let's see what the what the AI can answer for this. Okay, just answer this thing. Give it a go. Apollo vanquishes the serpent. Python. Yeah, this looks like the article we're looking for. And we've got the inventory number here, INV 3818. Yeah, good. The dimensions are... How do we translate this to meters? So this is centimeters, right? $102 cm? That doesn't seem very large. Wait. 137. That's not very big at all. Are they sure about this? It looks bigger. Let's translate this to English. Is there an English version of this page? We can translate it here. Translate from French to English. Dimensions, height, and length. Like 137 centimeters is not very big. I don't believe it's that small. Alright, let's see what the AI has to say about this. Here's the information for the central ceiling painting at the Galerie d'Apollon in the Louvre Museum. Title: Apollo Slays the Python. So 8.00 and 7.50 meters. Okay, why don't you confirm? Confirm the dimensions for me. So we have a different title here. So Apollon vanquishes the Python. Let's plug that in. Apollo. Okay, so we have a title now, we have a name, we have an inventory number. We just need to confirm the dimensions, and then we'll try submitting this again. I can confirm the dimensions from the authoritative source Collections de Louvre because they are published and widely cited. Okay, official dimensions. These values appear in the Louvre's official record. Why the numbers differ from the simplified citations. So many secondary sources round the dimensions to 8 by 7.5 meters, but the Louvre's exact measurements are this. The Louvre's exact measurements are this. So 7.93 meters by 7.71 meters. 7.93 by 7.71. So they want this in meters, right? Okay, let's try submitting it again. .93 meters by 7.71 meters. Okay, submit that answer. Still not correct. Dang it, what do they want? Give the title, inventory numbers, and dimensions. This is frustrating. Okay, we might put a pin in this for now because we're not really getting anywhere, and we'll try something that somebody else suggested. So they were talking about, which website was it? Bugforce or bugforge.io. Okay, so sharpen your skills with Bugforge, the daily challenge platform for bug bounty hunters, researchers, and pen testers. Yeah, we can give this a go. I just need to make an account. Okay, so let's see. Register. Do we need a beta key? Huh, maybe we can't make an account here unless we have a beta key. That's kind of disappointing. Okay, well, I mean, what else could we do for... We can go on for another 22 minutes or so. Let's do some more fun challenges. Some challenges that are a little bit less about OSINT stuff. How about we go over to Ring 0 CTF? And we try some challenges over there. Okay, so on Ring 0 CTF, we can access some challenges. Huh. We're not logged in here. So let's log in. Okay, so challenges. So we have coding challenges, we got cryptography, we've got exotic data storage, forensics, jail escaping, JavaScript, malware analysis. A bunch of stuff from previous events, Pwnage Linux, reverse engineering, shell coding. Did we try any of the reverse engineering challenges here? I don't think we did. We could do like the simplest one over here. So time to learn 86, x86 ASM and GDB. Let's give this a go. Can download a file? Sure. We get a big zip file. That's great. All right, let's move that thing. What is the name of that file? I guess we don't need all these maps of the Louvre now. I am interested in solving that challenge. It was a lot of fun looking at that information. Well, it's less fun getting the answers wrong, but C1D. Okay, so we're just going to download the challenge file. Then let's unzip this in another. Let's do this challenge in another directory. We'll call this one Rev. Okay, and then we can unzip the thing. What is this file? Is this an executable? This is an executable, okay. So it's a Linux executable. And I guess what we need to do is we need to take a look at it. I can make it executable. And then we can investigate it with Radar2. So Radar2 default, or debug rather, on this thing. Cannot... Did I not chmod this thing correctly? Chmod plus X. Okay, so, I mean, this is executable now. Radar2 debug. Okay, now we can investigate this binary. So let's take a look at what's going on in the main function. Ronin, hello, nice to see you here. Is it in base 64? No, it's not in base 64. I think I misspelled something when I gave the previous command. Okay, we got flag. So we need to figure out the whole value of the flag. I'm guessing that the flag is being concatenated with something else. We need to figure out what's going on in this program. It's been a while since I've had to take a look at any of this x86 stuff. So memset, malloc, puts. So call puts, string loading. You know what? I kind of want to just run the binary once. Loading, where's the flag? Loading, where's the flag? So we actually have a flag value over here. This isn't the message that's being printed out. This is the message that's being printed out over here. So we need to figure out where the flag is put inside of the program. So we see that this memory location, the flag value is being moved into here. So move dword EAX, this value. Okay, so let's set a breakpoint. We'll set a breakpoint for right here in the execution. Actually, right after this thing is moved in. So set breakpoint. Run the thing. Process terminated. And now we're unresponsive. That's unfortunate. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna have to quit out of this terminal. Okay. Okay, let's take a look at this thing. Actually, one other thing we can take a look at is we can take a look at the strings inside of the binary to make sure that there's nothing weird hidden in there. Okay, where's the flag? Loading. What is this it? Is this the flag? It'd be kind of disappointing if this was the flag, but let's give it a shot. Okay, so it's flag plus this. It can't be that easy. Maybe it is. I don't know. Nope, that wasn't it. Okay. So let's take a closer look then. Loading, where's the flag? Okay, we'll go in here. So there are no variables set in here. Remove the flag portion. Remove the... I mean, all the flags in... All the flags on the ring 0 CTF, they all start with this string right here, flag. So it doesn't make sense to remove the flag portion. So we've got a bunch of little snippets. So we got flag, and then this, and then, so flag, and then this, and then this, and then that. Phaser Prime, hello, nice to see you here. Where can I learn this? Yeah, I mean, if you want to learn about x86 assembly, there's a website that's really good for learning that. It's called asmtutor.com. Right here. As for like easy reverse engineering challenges, I would say Pico CTF is really good. So go to practice Pico CTF, Pico Gem, and you go to reverse engineering for Pico Gem exclusive. And this set of challenges right over here, it gets you going for very easy reverse engineering stuff. Okay, so we're moving. So EAX plus 4, EX plus 8. The flag is, this flag word is being put into, so this is all EAX, right? So we just need to identify where all this stuff is being moved into EAX, and then immediately afterwards, we need to take a look at this memory location. So we'll set a breakpoint for right here. And then we'll run the binary. Hit the breakpoint. Okay, so now we need to take a look at so we've got a bunch of different variables that are being used right now. So we got EAX plus 4. We have all this other stuff at ESP. EBP is usually where you store your variables, though. Let's take a look at that. So PX at this address. Okay, nothing super interesting. How about EAX EAX plus 4. Okay, we've got something there. We look at EAX plus 2. What about just EAX? So just EAX is even more of this stuff. We can also do EAX minus 10. Okay, we've got even more of these characters. How about minus 16? Minus 24. So this looks like a flag. This looks like a flag right here. Let me copy it just to make sure that it's what we're looking for. What is this? This is reverse engineering. We're basically taking apart what's going on inside of a program. And Ahmed Hazem, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What is up? Let's give you some fun video redeems. How about some South Park? Go to hack.
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Carl,
Yes.
you hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
Have a great day. Hope you can go to hack. Have a great day. Did I finish that? Yeah, I finished it. Okay. Well, we got a dub. That's great. Let's go ahead and do our write-up then. So, man, I love doing write-ups. Okay, so this is going to be the walkthrough for Ring 0 CTF. See if we can get this done before we need to go. So this is for reverse engineering. And this challenge is called what? Man, I've got too many tabs open. Here. Okay, this challenge is called Elf Crack Me 1. Okay, so for each one of these challenges, we like to record a couple of different things we needed to do to complete the challenge. So we need to record the URL of the challenge, the concept we need to understand to do the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. Okay, Ram asks, how to start learning ethical hacking. Hello, nice to see you here, Ram, and I'll give you a starter pack. So, one thing you could do to let me know exactly what I should recommend to you is let me know what your background is. Have you learned anything? What do you know about computer stuff? If you don't know anything about computer stuff, that's still okay. Let's see. El Mexicant says, I finished the latest 2025 TryHackMe advent. Pretty fun stuff. I was pretty interested in the task where you have to use Wireshark. Wireshark? Are we talking about day 5? Ahmed asks, do you prefer reverse engineering or pen testing? I mean, I think reverse engineering is cool, but I'm more comfortable doing pen testing stuff. So... identifying... what are we identifying here? Identifying move instructions in x86 assembly. Okay, and the challenge URL is where? This one. Okay, Cypher says, when not here earlier, did you do the THM side quest? Did I do the THM side quest? I started the THM side quest. I wasn't able to finish it. And read the first hello, unrelated, but I've solved my first medium difficulty machine on Hack the Box not too long ago. Congratulations! Hack the Box medium difficulty machines they're no joke. They're pretty tough. Santa asks, have you completed the AOC Advent of Cyber 2025 side quest number 1 yet? No, I haven't yet. Let's see. Ahmed says, I have a problem with reversing, but but you like it. Well, I mean, that's good. Okay, so the method of solve here is look at the file in Radare 2. So we start up the command. It's R2 default debug mode, and the command is what? This one. Coda van la Lokesh. Hello, nice to see you here. How to start pen testing with basic knowledge. So, I mean, I'll recommend the starter pack to everybody. Get acquainted with technology topics in general with the A+ certification. You don't need to get the certification. You just need to know what's covered by the certification. Learn some computer networking. You need to know not too much about computer networking, but you need to know enough to be able to understand what IP addresses are and how networks are laid out. And then you can start doing the last playlist on the list, which is some easy CTF challenges. So CTF challenges are training modules, little exercises for people who are working in cybersecurity. Ram says, I know the basics of computers and the basics of Java. So Java, knowing the basics of computer like a programming language, that'll definitely help you out. But there's a bunch of, I mean, Ram, the other thing is you need to know what kind of specialization you want to go into, because there are a lot of different job roles in cybersecurity. I mean, I don't have very much time to go over this, but in cybersecurity, I can talk about a few different roles that you might see there. Cyber jobs. There could be pen testing, security testing. You could be doing some stuff like defensive, so analyst jobs. You could do some, what was it? Malware researchers. You can do malware research, you could do forensics analysts. Forensics. You can be a forensics analyst, you could be a, oh, what are they called? Incident response? Or I guess you would call them an incident responder. There's a lot of different roles. Can you explain those roles? Can you explain them all? Can I explain them all? I have a video on my YouTube channel that talks a little bit about this stuff. And let me grab it. Can't choose which of these you want to do. I mean, the thing is here that actually, let me. How do I get into cybersecurity? This is a very old video at this point. It's one of the first videos I made for my channel, but it does talk a little bit about what kind of roles there are. Pardon the really stilted voiceover stuff. It's not a it's one of the first videos I made. Okay, Red the First says, I'm trying to build a stacked CV for my career. Would you recommend me doing, what do you recommend me including it? I have a small C++, a small C project to showcase low-level knowledge, certificates like Sec+, Cisco networking, Red Hat, and HDB machines. I have these displayed in a personal portfolio website. You want to be a researcher of some kind, okay? You want to be a researcher of some kind. I mean, what specifically do you want to do, Red the First? I would recommend learning about the common roles in cybersecurity, and then tailoring your portfolio to match the role. You should try to match the role that you're trying to go for. For example, if I wanted to go into pen testing, so pen testing security tester. So what do you need to know? You need to know Active Directory. Testing, this is Windows stuff. You need to know basic networking. You need to know, well, I mean, the other thing about pen testing is that it's, I guess if you want to know specifically, if you want to do specifically Windows pen testing, and most of the time you're going to be working with Windows, if you're doing network pen testing, you want to know about Active Directory testing, Active Directory theory. Like, you have to understand the different protocols that are involved. You need to learn how to run the tools. In particular, you need to understand how to run the Bloodhound tool. What else? I guess for pen testing in particular, this would be like a pretty good place to start. Unfortunately, like Windows security testing stuff is not as common to find as Linux, but you also need to learn how to use Linux as well, using Kali Linux slash security, well, Linux security tools. Mr. Coneby says, "Where's everything that you did until now?" Everything that I did until now, it's all on the YouTube. If you just search around for the live streams on the YouTube, you should be able to find everything. And what do you think about WAF Woof? WAF Woof? What is the best what is the best payload for SQL map? That's a loaded question. And Void Null, hey, nice to see you here. WAF Woof, I think I really want to try out WAF Woof. It's a fun tool for learning information about WAF. WAF Woof. What a name. Okay, and let's see if let's see. Ahmed asks, do you think I can start both pen testing and reverse engineering to see which one is better for me? I also want to be the reverse engineer for my CTF team. I mean, if you have a CTF team, that's a good thing in the first place, Ahmed. I mean, nothing prevents you from learning multiple skills at once. I mean, I do basically everything, but most people in cybersecurity are very specialized. So the people who do pen testing, they don't do anything. They hardly do anything on the defensive side. And people on the defensive side, they very rarely do stuff on the low level, like, people who do like malware research or development, and people who do forensics analysis. They usually are not people who are doing pen testing stuff. It's all very, very niche. So the first thing you want to figure out if you want to get into cybersecurity is figure out what kind of specialization you want to go into. Red the First says, how do I join a CTF team? Well, I mean, there's a few different places you can look. The first thing that I would recommend is getting in touch with your local cybersecurity community. So let me talk a little bit about that. So local cybersecurity groups. So this is your stuff like the DC groups. There are your OWASP groups, and these are basically people groups that are local to your area. In my area, we've also have ISACA. I think that's what they're called. And there are different organizations that all have to do with security. The DC groups are probably the easiest ones to find. They're in most of the larger cities, and DC stands for DEF CON groups. Okay, let's see. Alpha Victor Charlie says, what is the current topic and the next topic on top? How are you tracking them and putting them on top? So yeah, I mean, we generally have 4 topics that we cover each stream, and the topics are usually covered over on the schedule. So for example, if I wanted to look for like a cybersecurity group, I would search for someone like cybersecurity meetup, and just name a large city. It doesn't necessarily have to. How about cybersecurity meetup Paris? Okay, Paris cybersecurity for control systems, largest cybersecurity groups. Cybersecurity InfoSec meetups in Paris. Okay, great. Well, I mean, the other thing about this is that you probably want to search in your own language. So it's probably not as good for searching up cybersecurity groups that are not in English-speaking countries. So let's try another country. How about Sydney, Australia? So cybersecurity. So Sydney cybersecurity. There's a group over here. So basically, every large city is going to have a cybersecurity community. Get to know that cybersecurity community, and definitely go and meet people in person. My GitHub link. My GitHub link? Sure. I can give you a GitHub link. Just a second. So this is the GitHub link for everything that I do over at HackerFrogs. And I need to get going because I don't want to stream for super long. But in the meantime, let's take a look at who else might be streaming on the InfoSec side. So there's a list over here. It's called InfoSec Streamers. And InfoSec Streamers is a list of people who do cybersecurity live streams. And yeah, it's a pretty good list. You might want to check it out from time to time to see who's online. And I'm the only person online on Twitch right now, so let me check out and see if anybody else that's cool is on Twitch that we can raid into. Okay, Ahmed says, my problem is that I like reverse engineering, but there's no jobs for it in the country. Okay. Unlike for pen testing and bug hunting, I know, I mean, I'm not too sure what the scene is like in your country, unfortunately. But I would say go where the jobs are. Otherwise, you could look for a remote job. So remote jobs might give you the benefit of working in your own country, but working for a company that is in another country, it's you definitely want to do the job that you're most passionate about. So it's a hard decision sometimes. Okay, so let's raid into the science stream. So science streams, they're all about science. Let's check out what they're doing. Alpha Victor Charlie, you're my favorite streamer on InfoSec on Twitch in 2025, to be honest. Thank you. Thank you very much, Alpha Victor Charlie. But yeah, okay, let's go ahead and raid into this channel. It looks like they're talking about ants. I sure do love ants and science and stuff. Let's start the raid. Okay, everybody, we'll be back on Monday. So we do a stream every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and thank you very much. Ken PDX and and uncles, Sci aunts and uncles, of course. Thank you very much for coming by and chatting, Ken PDX. Okay, so people don't like the complex parts of working remote. There are things like tax and visa laws overcomplicating it. Yeah, I guess it's tough. Alpha Victor Charlie asks, where are you based out of? I'm Vancouver, Canada. So yeah, if you're ever in the neighborhood and you go to a cybersecurity meetup, I'm probably going to be there. All right, so everybody, I hope you have a really great weekend. Thank you very much for watching today. And thank you very much for watching me struggle with my OSINT challenges. That was a lot of fun. We'll be doing more Advent of Cyber next week. And yeah, hope to see you then. Have a great weekend. HackerFrogs out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.